Hello? Oh, jeez. Hello? Hello? Oh, jeez. Is this thing on?
Sir, I thought this in the place, sir. I sent out the letter, sir.
You don't need that, Private. We are right here now, was it?
I sent out the letter, sir.
I'm having trouble with the radar, sir. What's wrong with it? I lost the bleeps, the sleeps, and the creeps. The what, and the what? You know, the bleeps. The sweeps. And the creeps. It's not all he's lost. Sir, the radar, sir. It appears to be jammed. Jammed? Raspberry. There's only one man that would dare give me the raspberry. Lone Star! You alright? No? Oh, you bleeding? Yeah, you're bleeding. Okay. Alright, come on. On your feet. Alright. Hey, you're alright. You're alright. Hey, welcome back. You're alright. Look what you did. Just sit there for a second. Come on. Okay. Good? Alright. Hey, look at you. Stop touching you? Yeah, hey, you needed help. Alright, you needed help. I quite liked it down there, actually. I mean, that's what rocket exhaust gas is doing. Alright. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. ADD break, real quick. Ready? What the hell? That's awesome. Well, hello there. General Kenobi! Dude. Rio's Creative Studio. That's awesome! I love it. It's so good. Oh, look at you. Machines making machines. That's actually really impressive. Not gonna lie, satisfactory, but in Star Wars form. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. CRS-30 ISO. Ooh, isolated views. All right. That's where we're going. That's where we're going with this. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? RIP. What's that, Phil?
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff at a Dragon return to 8 launch complex 40.
Now that is a really nice shot.
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Sound suppression water system activated.
3, 2,
Ignition.
1, ignition, and liftoff at a Dragon return to 8 launch complex 40.
That's nice. That's pretty good. I really, really like this first shot. This first shot's fantastic. 40 webcast berm fix TRT022.
Minus
Oh. Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Got some serious backlighting going on there. Nice. Looks good. It's very crisp. Very crisp shot. How hot is the exhaust on that thing past the flames? Could you stand under it comfortably? Question. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, Flack, and I wouldn't be. The closest I'd ever get to a rocket is probably about I'd say about a kilometer, maybe 2/3 of a mile. I would not get any closer, unless I was on it, or had some serious hearing protection. These things are loud. We're talking like front row at a Metallica concert, loud, like it's loud. You should wear hearing protection. Did you see that guy standing direct next to Soyuz? Not when it was going off, but yeah. Also, they've noted they have painted the building to the right of the Falcon black. Blick. Alright, let's see. Yeah. That's I don't know what SpaceX uses that building for. This guy right here, Thomas. That's left over from ITL. That's a Titan service building. All I know is that building is thick. Thick. Like, you want it thick. Digital. Dude, something that does not get driven home with these, like, I've been on the pads before. I've seen them. Is just the chonkiness of the pad. Dude, even the doors. The doors are like blast reinforced doors. They're like this thick. I don't know, what would be like 200 millimeter, something like that. They're really thick and they're really heavy. The doors are made out of concrete. Like it is. I tried to close one once and I'm like, all right, like you don't really see that. I mean, you can see the doors and stuff, right? But yeah, once you go and like move one, it's like, okay. Used to have the pad name on it and such. Yep. I'm just trying to gauge how far down the exhaust stays hot. You should do the math, figure it out. Seems like the one you pushed on wasn't balanced very well. It was a little rusty. Anyway, let's roll. I got used to Starship launches and this looks tiny. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. You know, this game does not play nice with alt-tabbing. You know what? I think we'll do this today for music. Ready? Can we ask it? Nah, we're past that, Vin. Hey, Vin, what day is it? Today is Friday in California. Uh-huh. Shoot! Is this Doom music? Doom music. Mein Gott, Fleiken, mein Gott! So I got annoyed that I couldn't do math last night. I will figure out how to arbitrage. So I started reading about it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward stuff. I don't know why I couldn't figure it out, because partially it's probably because I'm an idiot. You know, comes from upbringing. Parents probably. Who the hell is John F. Kennedy? Anyway, sorry. Wolfenstein music. No, it's Red Bull. Thanks you for the free advertisement. Yeah, piss drink. What are you gonna do? Here, have some of this. Thanks to you, I have a new colony going, and insects are a major problem. Between them and the mechs, I'm hanging on by a thread. So, I basically worked myself into a corner. We could sit here trying to work off crop profits for a little while, but my big problem is that I'm not getting the full yield of crops. That's my mistake that I made this time. I made the farms too big for just one large farm. I have 29 fields. I never get the full crop. We missed out on probably a good 2,000 tons of crops. So what I did was we need to start working on exports, because we have enough crops to make some stuff get done, but I have to. Who ordered snow? I don't know, Tyler. It's been super cold here. Like, it was like 50 degrees for a little while, and now it's 20 degrees. Like, just here, have some snow. I'm like, oh, that's good. It's springtime. But anyway, so what we're gonna do is we'll push for food exports. I need to get the city up and running. So we really need to get into designing the rest of the city today, and go from there. Yeah, I took a loan. I worked myself into a corner. We didn't have any money, and I'll use that loan to figure out how to do the arbitrage stuff. It should be pretty straightforward, but from what I could tell, we have to manipulate the market. It's okay. We are Soviet Republic. We do not believe in market, so you can manipulate something you don't believe in. Because we're better than you, or something. That's too real, isn't it? Okay. I'm really pissed that I had to take a loan. You'd think that I'd be getting better at this, but I'm actually trending in the opposite direction. But, you know, that's good. That's good. But hey, the train's up. Train's working in 1964. That's pretty good. Alright, so what I've done is started commissioning the water. We have drainage. Drainage is set up, actually. Drainage is set up. Electricity is actually up too, up here. I have not activated Lazaninsk yet. I have not activated it. We have to build out the rest of the city. What I'm worried about is that I'm going to activate these villages over here. And I'm really...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Really not happy. Like, that would suck if that happens, but... Hey, BY, what's up, man? $76 monther. Thanks, dude. Pretty hench move to have trains running by 64. Yep. Thank you. Quick peek at last. A quick thing on the ITL. See? It doesn't play nice with all tabbing. In case you ever look at the pictures of the ITL pads and were wondering which pad, you can tell them apart by the structure behind the Titan. 41 has the triangle on top, while 40 does not. Yeah. Oh, on the service structure. Yeah, I see. Thomas, can you imagine if Falcon did this right here? If Falcon did that? The wall would be covered. It would look like camouflage. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Judging by the vans right there, this has got to be that's a Titan. It says it right there. Titan 4 Centaur. Not a bad launch vehicle. Really not bad. I do have a question. How do you not activate a town? Set all buildings to 0 workers. Once you utilize the labor, that's when you activate it. You get a dictionary and find out what this arbitrage thing is. If that's what they're gonna hit us with, I want to know what it is. You use foreign labor with the construction office. Yeah, what Coder said, dude. Look at that thing. Titan was not a bad launch vehicle. It was just old. That was the problem. That's why it went out. It was just old. But it was really not a bad vehicle. I would know. I've hugged an LR87 on stream. I would do it again too. I love launch pads, Thomas. I still have a love for it, dude. Ground support equipment is my absolute favorite. I still love them. Dude, even after all this time, I still want to build launch pads in KSP. But where I've kind of moved to is like I want to model it myself. Just make the parts myself. I'll engineer my own pad and we'll put the parts in KSP. Like, it's kind of where I'm at. The problem with doing that is that that's terrible streaming content because it's a lot of nitty-gritty work. So I would have to do something like that off stream. But also, I mean, I don't know. I got time, but I don't also at the same time. I mean, dude, it's so smart. The ITL Causeway was so ridiculously good. That was such a good idea. How they put this whole thing together. Dude, Titan. You guys want to see an awesome picture? Titan had a VAB. The ITL Causeway had a vehicle assembly building, almost as big as NASA's. Actually, it's about half the size. It was a 4-bay vehicle assembly building. And dude, there's the gnarliest picture floating around on the internet here of the VAB with 4 Titans inside, all being built at the same time. Let's just try Titan 3 VAB. There it is. There's a picture that dude, it was at the southern end of the ITL Causeway. They shouldn't have demolished it. It was really annoying that they did. There's a picture floating around somewhere. They demolished it in the 2000s, which is stupid. There's a picture floating around with all 4 bays with Titans inside. There it is. Dude, look at that, man. Can you imagine how useful this would actually be with ULA, Vulcan, and Atlas? It's a monster, dude. And don't get me wrong, that's not the biggest VAB. It's about half the size of NASA's. Like, if you look at the cars over there, but it's still no spring chicken, man. That was a huge building. I mean, they're not even using the bays in the VAB. Why would they need these? Don't remind me, King. I think that's... I have feelings about that. You probably know what they are. This would be great for the private market, dude. ULA could utilize this. It would be great for them to utilize, dude. The reason why it'd be great is because ULA has a lot of Vulcan and a lot of Atlas launches to deal with. This would be a really good way of moving them around, considering that Titan uses a very similar launch pad. It's not similar like you could put a Vulcan or an Atlas on this thing. It's similar to how it's transported. It's transported on double wide rails. Yeah. It's just a shame, dude. It was a huge freaking building. Like, dude, you could tee up like 3 or 4 Vulcans in this thing all at once. Full stack, full payload. They would need more BLPs. So? Dude. That's such a good picture. And then, I can't... Chief Engineer, are you out there? Chief, where you at? I know you're out there. Look how they moved them around. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's how they move the MLs around. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Chief, you here? What are we looking? Don't hate those. Those, so they used Alcos. Those are old Alco S1 switchers. I think they're S1s, right? And then they switched to EMDs. That's an EMD switcher, but also that is a chunky boy. I've seen that locomotive. I've walked right up to it, dude. It's next to a I'm not sure of the variant, but it's a variant of the Redstone missile. I think it's a Jupiter. That one's not Alco. That's an EMD. This one, those are Alcos. You can tell because, see this hump right here? That diagonal? The Alcos don't have that. The Alcos are just a box with wheels. That's an EMD switcher. I'm not sure which one it is. There are EMD locomotives in workers. That's the G16 and stuff. But yeah, the whole Titan ITL Causeway, dude. I could do an entire stream talking about this thing. How they put the rockets together is so cool. Alco S2s. There you go. I can see. That's why I called you, man. You're my train guy. But seriously though, we need a GTEL. We need a GTEL moving one. We need that moving rockets around. Could we do that, please? It's got a jet engine in it. Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that? Of course I like the locomotive with a frigging jet engine in it. What are you, nuts? That reads. And also melted pavement. That's not my problem. Pavement is not part of the locomotive. Not my problem. Where the exhaust from the locomotive hits is not my department. Is that a jet engine powered semi-truck? Yeah, Flykin, the one, yeah, that semi-truck. But yeah, I mean. I like that. A veranda GTEL, this is too long. I just work here, man. Yep. Where the rocket comes down is not my department. I work in the launches. It's a cool car. That's my all-time favorite vehicle right there. It's got a jet engine in it. Seriously, jet engine. Anyway. Let's get back to building. Alright, so I took out a loan. I'm not happy about it. Let's use it to build profit. So what's your plan to fix it? We got to start exporting food. We're in a 4,500 horsepower, but blows 9,500 horsepower. Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. You want less horsepower? Pathetic. Anyway, no. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thought this was America. Doesn't the Abrams have a jet engine in it? Yep. It's a turbo shaft from a helicopter, if you really want to know. Why do they do that way? Well, might seem a little far-fetched to put a jet engine in a tank engine, or in a tank, right? But also, that means you only need one type of fuel. Military logistics. One type of fuel. All you gotta do is bring jet fuel. The military does stuff like that. Standardize the fuel. Think about it. It's not a bad idea. You have one type of fuel. That's it. I mean, don't get me wrong. They do have different types of fuel. But the tank can take the same exact fuel as the airplane that was used to transport it. It's really not a bad idea when you think about it. The other thing is that military vehicles all use standardized voltage. That's also not a bad idea. You could jumpstart a Black Hawk helicopter with a Humvee. If you know what you're doing. Yep. You could jumpstart a helicopter with a tank. Standardized voltage, standardized fuels. Smart. Very smart, actually. But yeah, Vanguard, that's the other thing. Because the Abrams is using a turbine, you can run off anything. You could put whatever in there. Like, just on a side note, you can put whatever you want in it. You could put gasoline in it, it'll work. Diesel, it'll work. JP5, JP6, JP7, that'll all work. Jet A, absolutely will work. Bunker C, yep, it'll run. It'll be a little sludgy, but it'll run. What else? Vodka, you could put anything that explodes. Brake cleaner, vodka. You could put Chanel number 5 in there if you really want to. It'll run. Wouldn't be good for it, but it'll run. But can you jumpstart the tank using a helicopter? Sure. Did I hear Abrams? Kem's like, tanks? 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 Where are the tanks? Y'all got any more of those? If you redesign the farming industry to use the existing grain storage, it would save you a couple $100K. Yeah. Give us more of those? Well, you might scratch the paint. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. He's joke. No have to be mad. Yeah, we gotta get this all kind of figured out. So what I'm doing here, what I have them doing right now is getting the water figured out. We have drainage and we have electricity to go. Anything that explodes. Okay, powdered coffee creamer it is then. Alright. That should be in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what we really need to do is tech to distribution. King, if we tech to distro, I can just have the train. We could just move the grain back and forth. Desert painted forest area. Hey, we haven't paid. They haven't been forest camo since the 80s, dude. Like, I don't know what you want. Now you've added fuel costs into something that didn't need it. Or we could just have a one-time payment and set that like that to distribute evenly, or distribute everything over there. Personally, I think we have enough to fill both of them. I'll tell them to go assemble this in a second, though. We were working with the train. Where's the train at? Yeah. I have one boxcar that I changed the color on, and I don't know how to change the color on any of the other ones. Reporting for duty. Whatever, it's fine. I'm thinking. what we could do is exchange some of this for dollars and then export the grain. That could work. Sorry, I'm jamming. Alright, another thing we can work on is getting the gravel. Getting these gravel roads figured out. The reason why is that it would probably... I would like to get a second farm up and running. Yeah, we gotta get that second farm up and running so we can get the most amount of grain here. We can still keep doing grain exports. In fact, I am going to do that. Is this thing still building? Yes, it is. All right, cool. Now, we figured for just food, we know we're gonna need 51 fields to keep that thing running 24/7 with max labor. And that's fine. The other thing we need is a train cargo storage area. And I'm thinking about how we're gonna do that, because the food is outputting here. I was thinking we could output via truck, but outputting via train would also be a good idea. When have you ever had max labor? Why you gotta do me like that, man? Why you gotta do me like that? What did I do to you? Okay, good point. But I think I haven't had max labor because I haven't really thought about it, you know? Maybe you should. That's what I'm trying to... You guys suck, alright? You guys suck. You're gonna... There. What gets irritating is when folks pee in the labor pool. Oh, yeah, that's no good. Can't have that. Alright, so let's focus on getting the town up and running, at least to an extent. I'm just gonna try to run it off of these buildings. Oh, then we need heat. But we can build the stuff out right now before we activate anything, Death. It should be okay. As long as I'm careful. Alright, let's roll. Build that road. roll. That's good. So I have them building out water here. I've only, as previously stated, I only built out one side of it. There's 2 here, so we can scale up later if needed. But yeah, I've only built out one side of it. What we can do is with this depot, the construction, or the cement trucks, we can have them start delivering resources for other projects. Road connection doesn't exist. Oh yeah, we gotta do that. Okay. All right. Let's roll. So we got to plan out the city. We know that we need about 1,200 people to keep this thing fully stocked. We did the math already. So we need plumbing. We need water, which I'm working on right now. I already have drainage. I already have electricity. What does that leave? They need food. Food in the form of meat and regular food. They need electronics. They need clothes. The bodega, the Spaghettsoff Grand Bodega, the big shop right there, that fixes that problem. Okay, they need leisure, so we have an indoor pool, all right? They need a school, we got a school there. Outdoor basketball court there, kindergarten there. We have, and then I'm incorporating parking lots into this design from the start. We got a bus stop right there that's close to the houses, close to residencies. Trash. We need a hospital and we need a fire department. We have a fire department going down there, but we need another one as well. Is there any other spot where a fire department would make sense? And trash as well. So we're gonna need waste. I actually think putting that there covers all the residential buildings. Nice. Sorry, some of you are going to have trash in front of you. Kindergarten for more workers. Done already. School is right there. Now, I had originally planned the school just for these buildings, but with the loan, we're going to scale. So we're going to need a school that will be able to support a city of 1,200 plus, right? Can you preset buildings to not have workers once built? Will that activate the town? You could set it right here, and yes, it will activate the town. I made that mistake last time. Believe me, I'm not making that mistake again. I have it automatically set to 0, and then I have the construction set to passive right out of the box. I manually activate all constructions. You do not want to build something that you don't intend. That's not a good idea.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That is building. What about after it's built? That's a good question, dude. Well, the part-time jobs, Katra, is already in these houses right here. So we have 135 plus 120, so that's 255, right? 255 plus 85 is 340. Plus 95 is 435, I think. That was very quick math. It's probably wrong. So, yeah, I already figured that. Okay, that's fine. What I'm worried about is activating this village over here, because this city's probably going to go all the way back up in here. We also got to worry about proximity to where the future coal mine will be. What was the distance in metric, guys? Was it 400 meters? Sewage is already figured out, believe it or not. 58, I already have it. I already have sewage. At least some of it already planned. This is the expansion, and then everything is future-proofed, so we could tie in and extend it. I really tried to focus on modular infrastructure here. With electricity, with water. See how everything is teed off like that? Everything's teed off of the main line. My main line never connects to a septic tank. That's my building codes that I'm trying to kind of think up here. Electricity, I have plenty of extra wires for scalability. We have an extra wire there, and we have 3 extra here, and these can be switched. We can have that be switched power. Actually, that would be another good thing for building codes. Never have a wire coming out of a transformer go right directly to a substation. My designs for over here don't do that, but that would be a good thing to do too. Tee off your electrical lines so in case you need to extend them. I'm pretty sure electricians do that in real life. You never like end a connection. You always like no. What do electricians do? They put rope in the conduits. In case you wanna, I don't know if you guys know anything about like electricians. If an electrician is doing conduits, right? So those are metal tubes with wires in them. They always leave a string in the wire when the job is done, like a string, just a regular string. So if they need to run more wires through, you could just pull on the string and have the string connected to a wire and have another string tied around the end of the wire. So when you pull the wire through, there's always a string in there so you can always run new wires. Is it called a pull line? I don't know the actual name for it, but I know what it does. It's a story of my life. No need to run fish tape again. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure what fish tape is, but alright. You changed the name back to Chernoblyat? I never changed it away from that, Jens. Alright, good. Yeah, teeing the electrical from now on would be a good idea. We are going to need vehicle maintenance. That's going to need to be done, especially since my construction depots are here. So let's just figure that in now. That's a technical service. Vehicle repair station. It would be good to have that right there. That gets almost all of them. But we could put a bigger maintenance station, potentially. Oh, that's a big mother. How does a maintenance station work? Well, you need we can put that right here. Hold on one second, man. See how it has that like outer boundary right here? Anything that's in range is an AOE from the maintenance depot. Anything else it's going to have to send trucks out to for maintenance. The maintenance depot needs parts from you need to have a distribution center, bring it plastics, mechanical components, electrical components, steel, and aluminum. And it'll repair everything. Jens, good times when SC2 just came out. StarCraft 2 is what got me, what introduced me to Twitch, dude. Yeah. I loved watching StarCraft. Watching comp StarCraft, it was fun. I never got past Gold League. I was terrible at SC2. Like, terrible at it. I mean, maybe I'll go back and play it sometime and see if I'm better. I'm probably not. But I ended up never getting past Gold League because I think I got into Plat maybe once. Like one season. Because my only strategy was wanting to 1-1-1 BC rush people. It worked, but most of the time people caught on and I got slapped. Any VODs from your StarCraft days? Those VODs are long gone, dude. Yeah, that's what got me streaming, believe it or not. And then it didn't work. I failed at that pretty bad. Alright, that's in range of 3 of the depots. I wish we could get all 4, but not in the cards. You can fit the huge one? How? Wait, why did this work? Why did this... It's looking for the terrain to be flat. I don't know how it's gonna flatten that terrain, but alright. Yeah, it definitely does fit that way. Whoa! No. Really? I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. It looks like it pushed the terrain back a smidge there, but that's okay. Whatever. We can put another wall around my construction depots to make it look a little more defined or something. But that's actually great. That'll keep all these vehicles nice and maintained. Genesis, what's up, man? Hi, buddy. How's it going? It's going good, man. Going good. Can't complain. The road access needs to be on a flat spot. Alright, son. You want a piece of me, boy? No, wait. You want a piece of me, boy? Reporting for duty. Jacked up, good to go. Rock and roll. SUV, good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. What? You run out of Marines? You need to open the box? We'll do it later. I have it, it's just in the garage. SpaceX has cut the lawn ornament, aka Booster 4, in half. Goliath Online. And then, of course, there's my favorite, Battle Cruiser Operation. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Shields up, weapons online. What's in the box? What's in the box? You can't look in the box. You ever think about doing voice acting work? Yeah, but I don't even know how to go about doing that, Waz. Like, I would love to. If someone, could point me in the right direction, that'd be great, but not, like, after a quick Google search, you know what I mean? Like, I would need to know somebody, like, I'd like to know somebody who actually, like, works in VOs or something. I'd do it. Yeah, sure. I can do voices. I'm good at impressions. Create a portfolio of you doing voices. King, you don't work in VOs. That's exactly what I mean. I mean, yeah, you're probably not wrong, but I'd like to talk to somebody. I'd love to talk to somebody that knows the industry. You want a piece of me, boy? How do I get out of this chicken outfit? Ready to roll out. No, but you want me to do a Ren and Stimpy impression? Stimpy, why are you scrapping Booster for, you fool?
Ren, we don't need it anymore.
I know a few VOs from the RP community, but honestly, Middleditch may... You know what? Porter, that's a really good idea. I don't know why I never thought of doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I think he might, you know, that's not the worst idea. You know, I'll shoot him an email, see what happens. That, yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah. You'll be low on dollars, sir. Where on earth did you get all those rubles? I took a loan. I worked myself into a corner. It would have taken a decade to get profitable to be able to do all this. So, I'm just gonna focus on food. We're just gonna focus on food. We're not gonna get food running and then go build a refinery or something. This is just going to be for food, and that's it. Just for food. And then we'll expand the city to get the distillery and everything up. I'm going with my original plan. It's just... I thought crop export in bulk would give me enough money to finance this whole thing, but it didn't. The reason why is that the yields from the crops are a little bit under what I originally estimated, but the biggest problem is that I can't harvest everything in time. I'm harvesting about half of what these fields can produce. And exporting half of what I'm actually getting, right? Based off of me slightly miscalculating. I thought we would get about 10 Gs a year. We get about 6. So it's not a slight miscalculation. That's a true colossal frick up on my part. Probably should do more research next time. Yep, my bad. Yeah. This didn't pan out exactly like how I wanted. But it, you know, it was the right idea. I would say it's close. I just needed more cash. But it's okay. 2 refineries, my guy. I like you. Cloud, hell yeah. Well, what are we gonna do tonight, Brain? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. That sounds like Ren. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. No, I can't do that. I think I can do the other one now. Pinky just fine. Can't do Brain. That's, Brain is voiced by Maurice LeMarche, if I'm remembering correctly. That guy is super talented. Like, you've heard his voice before. Dude, he's everywhere. He's doing... He does VOs everywhere. Futurama, The Simpsons, Pinky and the Brain. That guy does voices everywhere. I can't make my voice sound like this. I've tried. But I guess with practice, you could do whatever. The Raptor had a run. Yeah, somebody linked this. I love the way you could just do Orson Welles. Right? Right? Dude, super talented, man. Some of these voice actors, they make voices come out of their mouth that my mouth can't make that noise. Yeah. Geek, somebody linked this. Phil linked this earlier. I saw it, I just forgot about it. So this is coming from McGregor Live. Headphone users, this might get loud. That's a SpaceX test stand. They're testing a rocket engine. Why is it elevated up in the air? It's elevated up in the air because building something to try and make that flame not dig a hole into the ground is a pain in the butt. That's a test stand in Texas. You can tell it's Texas because of the way it is. All right, let's see. Geek, I'm no doctor, but that looks like they spun a bearing. How can I tell? Am I pulling that out of my tail? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Well, you see a cloud of black smoke here. Black smoke is carbon, unburnt carbon, so we know it's fuel side, whatever it is. Fuel, something happened on the fuel side of the plumbing. That's a dead giveaway right there. So the other thing is that you have an instant failure. Like, it's not like it burns green for a little while. It's just like, nope, it's complete failure. So, because you have fuel shooting out the top, right, and you have an instant loss of combustion chamber pressure, something broke on the fuel side of the plumbing, and it broke badly and instantly. Flames and smoke shouldn't be coming out of the top. That's what the bottom is supposed to be for. So, something on the fuel line went wonky here. If I had to guess, so that you had a loss of you had a loss of fuel pump impeller pressure, like instant loss of fuel pump. So something exploded. This is the rocket engine equivalent of visiting Rodney, if I had to guess. That's why I said it looks like it spun a bearing. And the fuel pump impeller exploded. And it blew a hole in the side of the preburner. Or not the preburner, the turbine, or the fluid impeller outlet shaft that goes to the engine. The plumbing broke. They ripped the fuel line or something, or it was a catastrophic loss of pressure, so something exploded. Now, the pipes that go to the Raptor main thrust chamber, right? Those pipes don't just randomly fail, right? Elon has said that they don't want flanges, right? Everything is like kind of press fit, like a race on a wheel bearing. Everything is like kind of press fit together or welded because they wanted to eliminate flanges because you can get leaks like this. So the pipes are very unlikely to fail. Nothing is not going to pass weld inspection for rocket plumbing with aerospace grade welding. They wouldn't put something on there if the weld is impure, right? So that leaves the turbine assembly, right? That's the only thing that this could be. I think they spun a bearing. I'm pretty damn sure. If they didn't spin a bearing on the turbine assembly, it rutted for some reason. I can't think of any other reason. So the front fell off. Yeah, don't worry. The rocket's been removed from the environment. Yeah, I would say turbo pump failure. Turbo pump failure, one of the big causes of turbine failure is just like on a car, bearing failure. So think about it like this. You sprung a leak, right? You sprung a leak, you lost turbine inlet pressure, right? That's what that thing is. And then you just see a whole plethora of fun coming out everywhere. So they lost pressure feeding the fluid impeller, the turbine impeller. Or not the turbine impeller, the methane side fuel impeller. If I had to guess, right? This is just a guess, it's probably wrong. And if you lose, so these Raptor uses a hydrostatic bearing. So it's using the fuel to lubricate the bearings. It uses liquid methane to lube the bearings. Yeah, that's as complicated as it sounds. But that's what makes Raptor so damn good. The whole pre-burner methane impeller assembly is submerged in fuel when the thing is spinning. When it's spinning like that, it's actually hydrostatically stabilized. So, like, it's floating inside of the turbine housing. It's floating in fuel. It's weird, huh? But you could use hydraulic pressure to get something to float. I mean, a car does that all the time with main bearings on a crankshaft. The crankshaft actually isn't touching anything on a car engine. It's not touching the rods. It's not touching the journals. There's clearances in there. It's touching the oil. It's riding on a slick of oil, right? What happens when the bearing fails? This happens when the bearing fails. Why would a bearing fail? Lack of lubrication. Why would the lubrication fail? You sprang a fuel leak. Maybe they didn't get the bearings, but you definitely sprang a leak. If I had to guess, this is a leak at the turbine methane fluid impeller inlet. If I had to guess, I could be pulling this out of my ass. I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, transmissions too, Weiboos. Yep. I don't think it's coincidence they found a failure mode right after the engine failure of Super Heavy. Yeah, blue maybe. But dude, okay, see this? Here's another weird thing. Here's another weird thing I'm noticing. Definitely spews fuel out the top. That's definitely fuel line failure. Or a spun bearing on the fluid impeller side, right? But here's the weird part. You're getting orange flames coming out the bottom. Orange and yellow. Orange and yellow. See, here's the weird part. The flames immediately go out. They immediately stop. Orange and yellow flames mean that's fuel-rich flames, which is weird. But if they sprung a leak on the fuel line and methane sprayed down here, yeah, it'll combine with the oxidizer and make an explosion. But here's the weird part, right? Like, it snuffs the flame out completely. And that's what I mean. They blew a fuel line. But it's interesting that they blew a fuel line and the tanks, the methane tank that's feeding it, immediately cut. There must be some burst disc design in this thing, if I had to guess, that cuts fuel in the event of a loss of pressure, like a check valve or something. Because it instantly shuts off. That usually doesn't happen with a rocket engine, even one that's working correctly. It sprays flames out the bottom because the turbine wheels and the impellers, or the power heads, keep spinning. They're spinning at like 60,000 RPM on Raptor. You don't go from 60,000 RPM to 0, right? So the rocket engine usually just coughs up some stuff out the back. Like I've talked about it before, it burps. This thing immediately shut off. That tells me that there's loss of fuel pressure, right? Because you need fuel, air, and heat, right? Fuel, air, spark, right? Just like a car, right? That tells me there's a loss of pressure somewhere, and you instantly lost fuel because most of it sprang out the top there. The cows are like, yeah, that's not normal. This is why I said, like, maybe a turbine bearing failed and you had a rud on the methane power head, because that's what this looks like. You instantly lost fuel pressure. The motor instantly leaned out. Like, instantly leaned out. And then shut off, which indicates loss of fuel, completely lean oxidizer. That's what that's telling me. I mean, we could talk about it for NSF Live. I'd be curious to see what the NSF Live chat has to say about that. I firmly believe that Booster 10, it was 10, right? It's getting to the point where I have trouble keeping track of all the Falcon 9 cores, let alone Starship parts. Booster 10, right? I think. Anyway. Ship 28 Booster 10. Thank you, Nova One. Appreciate it. Thank you, Master Tank. Booster 10, dude, the RUD. So what happens when you get a RUD on a rocket engine, a rapid unplanned disassembly? What happens when it, like, dude, when rocket engines are starting, they're going through so many different transients, just like fueling a rocket, right? You're changing a lot of things all at once. Obviously, you're going from like 0 to 300 bar chamber pressure in a second, in like a millisecond. It's like that quick. The plumbing on a Raptor is designed to be able to take that shock load. Like the rocket engine could get hit with it's getting hit with a nuclear blast pressure inside of the plumbing. Getting all that to hold together is really impressive. However, if you don't have perfect conditions for a start scenario, because of the crazy pressures involved, particularly at fluid impeller, turbo pump fluid impeller exit, to going from the main power head to the rocket's main thrust chamber, right? Right there, that, like, those parts are designed to take a shock like that, but if any one of those things fails in line, the thing will explode. The result is usually an explosion. And the thing about that, it is a catastrophically violent explosion. And that usually results in the whole thing blowing up. It's like in Kerbal, when, you know, you have a wobbly rocket, right? And the wobbly rocket wobbles too much, and instead of like snapping in half, the whole thing just blows up, like all the parts just explode and like one or two parts fly away. Same idea. I get it, real life is not Kerbal Space Program, I understand. Interesting game title. You like that? Chernoblyat. Don't worry, no RBMK reactors here. Was there a website with all the different booster starships and what tests they have done and what? I'm sure people have that information. I'd have to go ask Alex or Adrian, dude. They definitely have all that. You modeled a thing. I don't hate it. We have the liquid Stalin discharge. The Stalinator. That's a thing. The Stalinator 5000. That's good, Limprod. I like that. So, yeah, with the booster, guys, with Booster 10, they encountered what's called a hard start scenario. I'm like 90% sure. Hard start blows up the booster. But it's also possible that the air pressure, because this thing doesn't do any supersonic retro propulsion, it's entirely possible that the air pressure could have snuffed the flames out on the engines. But SpaceX did say they had a RUD at 400 meters, which, when you have a rapid unplanned disassembly, that implies that a hard start. If you have a RUD during engine start, anytime an engine is trying to turn on, that means the conditions that the booster was in were... The flight conditions that the booster was in was not enough to... what's the right word? The transient conditions... The ambient conditions were not enough to withstand the transient conditions involved with an engine starting. That's the way to say that. Meaning the booster was doing something that they didn't expect. My guess is the control parameters on the grid fins were spinning the booster, spinning it back and forth, and that vortexed the propellant. It vortexed the propellant going into the rocket engines, and a rocket engine basically ingested ullage propellant. Or not ullage propellant, it ingested ullage gases. Similar thing to what's on my screen right here. When they were doing, which one was it? SN8? When SN8 came in to land, one of the engine exhausts turn green, and then snuffed the flame out because they ingested helium, because they were using helium for their tank ullage, meaning it inhaled helium. A rocket engine, a liquid fuel rocket engine, inhaling helium is about as bad as you inhaling helium. Like total helium. Like, you need oxygen, and if you replace that with helium, your lungs don't work very well. The rocket engine, yeah, same idea. What I like to tell people is that it's a liquid fuel rocket engine. It needs liquid fuel, and it needs liquid oxygen, right? If you get anything else going into the power heads on Raptor, going into the fuel pumps, if you get air going to the fuel pump, so gaseous methane or gaseous oxygen going into those things, it's gonna blow up. It will explode. For the reasons that I said, why I think that engine exploded. You'll spin a bearing, and if you spin a bearing in a rocket engine, it'll melt itself in a matter of seconds. Like, cavitation, boom, about that quickly. It happens that fast, probably quicker. You don't want to spin a bearing in a turbo shaft, or turbo. Well, you don't want to spin a bearing in a turbo shaft. On a turbo pump on a rocket, spinning a bearing is not a good idea. That ends very poorly. Could there be too much pressure on the injector plate? It's unlikely, Patra, because they rated the injector. So think about it like this: if the thrust chamber assembly and the combustion chamber assembly, if that's rated for 300 bar, well, guess what? The turbine, the fluid impeller outlets going from power head to combustion chamber to the injector plate need to be rated at higher than that. Because if they're not, you're going to have flames that go up. And what does Tim Dodd always say? Tim says the flames need to go down. That's correct. You need the flames to go down, not up. That's a very, very important thing to understand. Like, it's funny because, like, you know, you see at face value what Timmy says, right? And it's like, flaming and down. What are we, children? But that statement is a lot more apt than you might think. Hey, Norath, what's up, dude? So I doubt it's too much pressure on the injector plate. But then again, you know, Super Heavy's coming down with a moment that's not with a like, it has a lot of moment coming in. There's a lot of momentum. We saw it because even if it had a rut, it obliterated itself when it hit the water. I said it once, I'll say it again. You would never, ever get it. They're never going to find a piece of Booster 10. Whatever pieces that were intact after the explosion instantly got destroyed, like shredded when it hit the water. Hitting water going Mach 1, you might as well be flying into a concrete wall. Here, hang on. Here, let me show you. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this video. This is testing a nuclear fuel casing. So to do this, some really scientists that are way smarter than me took an F4 Phantom and strapped some rocket engines to it on a testing sled and put the nuclear containment vessel at the end of the test track. Now keep in mind, the F4 Phantom is hitting this at a subsonic speed. This is below the speed of sound. Watch what happens. Like I said, you'd be hard-pressed to find any discernible piece of that booster. Maybe just some shreds of stainless steel. Where did it go? The energy that gets dissipated from the concrete here, equal and opposite reactions. The concrete has a lot more... It doesn't have more moment in this particular thing, but the kinetic energy from the Phantom is getting absorbed from the concrete, and that energy has to go somewhere. And yeah, it goes to the plane. That energy has to get dissipated somehow, and it just bye-bye. Like I said, cheese grater. You're never gonna find a piece of that booster. ever. Like I said, Super Heavy hit the water, or what was left of it, hit the water going like twice as fast as this. Pretty crazy, right? Is there any picture of what's left after the dust settles? No. Unlikely. I don't know if it cut... Dude. I actually haven't seen this shot of it before. Late stage Mythbusters. It's unbelievable, dude. Like I said, just chips of aluminum, just shrapnel. That's all that's left. Is that crazy or what? Freaking F4 Phantom crash test. Now, I'll be honest with you, that's not really the way I would be using an F4 Phantom if I had one. But, you know. Dude, what a violent event. Hey, Neb, what's going on? Oof. Geek, I don't think there's any pictures of the aftermath. It looks like the footage cuts. One reason I'd prefer to go to space in a vehicle that reverts to a glider and not dependent on a suicide burn. I mean, Aqua, I'm not one to second guess SpaceX's design. In fact, I really hate when people do that. Well, Starship isn't going to work because I know, me, some random person on the internet. However, I do kind of agree with you. I think the shuttle for low Earth orbit access is a better way. A glide back hypersonic reentry vehicle that lands on a runway is good insurance, right? It's good insurance, you know, not to rely on a suicide burn. Because that means you don't need to have a lot of fuel in the vehicle. Actually, the shuttle has no liquid fuel, no liquid hydrogen, no liquid oxygen during reentry. That's a tricky problem to solve, landing with cryogenic propellants on board. Because think about it. Think about all the propellant sloshing around during reentry. Fuel slosh during reentry. That's not an insurmountable problem, but something that SpaceX is probably has a lot of people thinking about right now. Just saying. But I do think that if you're making, hear me out, if you're making a low Earth orbit access vehicle, just designed for low Earth orbit and not anything beyond, operative statement there, that's a glide back second stage is the right idea. However, that's not in SpaceX's stakeholder expectations. They're not just designing a fully reusable launch vehicle. They're designing a fully reusable launch vehicle that can also land on Mars and also land on the moon, on top of being able to land on Earth. And that stakeholder expectation favors vertical landing. It favors VTOL, right? Because there's no runways on Mars. And even if there was, good luck. There's no runways on the moon. Could you land something on the moon? Like an aircraft? Yeah. I mean, but you need a prepared surface on the moon. Trying to land something on the surface of the moon like an airplane would be about as good as trying to land an airplane in a swamp. It probably wouldn't end well unless it's a seaplane or something. But even then, dude, if we had something that tried to land like an airplane on the moon, say you had downward thrusters, right? Downward RCS that's supposed to mimic, like, lift. It's supposed to mimic the force generated by wings, right? Say we did have something like that. Okay, now you have landing gear, and say the lunar runway that we make is perfectly smooth, like true level. Like there's no bumps, no nothing, all right? The second you touch down, your downward RCS thrusters need to stop, and your upward RCS thrusters need to turn on, right? And then you need to brake. You could use the brakes on your landing gear, but they would pretty much instantly overheat because there's no way to dissipate all that. So the kinetic energy of the vehicle landing on your proverbial lunar runway, right? The kinetic energy, so movement, you know, you step on the brakes, just like a car. The kinetic energy transfers to heat energy to the brakes. And on the moon, you're basically in the vacuum. There's no way to dissipate that heat. You'd need to come up with a heat exchanger for brakes. It makes a lot more sense just to land with the engine you already have. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't want lunar runways. That would actually be kind of cool. But yeah, Vagabond, yeah, you'd flip the thing. You'd go to step on the brakes and you'd endo. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want that, like, minus the endo part. They would be really cool to see, like, a craft land on wheels on the moon and just, you know? That would be actually super cool to see. But, yeah. So what you're saying is moon hard. I'm saying if you're trying to develop a fully reusable launch vehicle, you're making it about as difficult as possible trying to make said fully reusable launch vehicle land on the moon and Mars. Like, it can do all those things. That is a stakeholder expectation that is more difficult than what the space shuttle was. Space shuttle is, you know, a lot of people say that the shuttle, which I still think is the best, one of the craziest launch designs, the best one around, right? It's such a good design for what it is. The space shuttle's a jack of all trades, master at none. And that's fair. I think that's a fair criticism. It really doesn't do any one particular thing good. Because it's basically a multi-role launch vehicle. You can do spy satellites, you can build space stations with it, you can build whatever with it. And I think given the circumstances, they did a fantastic job with that launch vehicle. For all the things that the space shuttle can do, the systems are so ridiculously simple. Like, there's a lot of ingenious problem solving at Rockwell. Like, really smart stuff. However, Starship is trying to do that and more. It's trying to do everything that the space shuttle can do and more. Now, don't get me wrong. If anybody has the chops to do it, I think SpaceX does. I think they'll do it. I'm very confident in Starship's design. I think they did come up with something good. But yeah, propulsive landing when you're coming back from low Earth orbit is one of those things that's going to be a little bit difficult to solve. Can SpaceX do it? Yeah. Will they do it? Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure. But since it's such a tremendous unknown, I think they're going to. It's going to take some time to get that right. But it ain't no coincidence that when in the early parts of the Starship program, that was the first thing they tested. The interesting thing here is that, hey Twidget, 39 months. NASA Stennis is online for 5 minutes. Okay, cool. We got an RS-25 test today. Neat. The interesting thing is that, and once again, guys, I'm watching Workers. I'm watching it. We're building out all the systems. I'm basically doing what I said we would do, but we're doing it in the background. If you're wondering what's going on with Workers, I'm building out the plumbing here, and I'm building out all the roads for the city. I still haven't forgotten that we're doing that. We have to design the living quarters area, which will be right here next to the main boulevard, but yeah, we'll get to that. Not sure if you answered this already. What time is your segment on NSF? 7 Eastern. It's in the title, Ismic, for future reference if you need it. Yeah, 7 Eastern on Fridays is when I do it. But anyway. I think Starship. I lost my train of thought. Dang it! Too many things. No. Okay, there we go. I think Starship can do it, but it's a really difficult problem to solve. Whenever you're designing launch vehicles, right? I just pointed at my background, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that the first thing that they tested was Raptor engines being able to start when the vehicle is belly flopping sideways, flip over, and land. When you're designing launch vehicles, believe it or not, this is going to sound really stupid, but it's right. When you get into your testing for launch vehicles, and I would implore everyone in Kerbal to reconsider. No, you should do this if you play KSP. First thing you should test, if you have like a rocket with a capsule on it, make sure the capsule works. Make sure you can parachute and land the capsule. You design a system from end of mission backwards. Define stakeholder expectations, start at the very end of the mission, and move through the phases that way. It's no secret that some of the first tests for Orion were testing the heat shield. Starship is the same way. Space Shuttle's the same way. First test for the Space Shuttle, right? First flight test for the Space Shuttle were the approach and landing tests. They had to make sure you can land. Because if you can't do that part, all the other parts are useless, right? Who cares if you have a shuttle that can get through re-entry? If it can't land, then you're screwed. Who cares? The mission's not getting very far, right? Starship was the same way. They designed it from Starship landing backwards. Now, keep in mind, SpaceX did skip around. They skipped around because, my guess is because of the HLS contract. The HLS contract adjusted their stakeholder expectations a little bit. The reason why is because I think SpaceX can, when they got the human landing system contract, they really needed to get on-orbit capability. So they switched from testing Starship backwards, right, a little bit, to designing a human landing system and focusing more on refueling and getting into low Earth orbit with Starship. That's when they pivoted. That was after SN15, where they basically stopped doing any type of landing tests and then pivoted to getting super heavy and the launch pad up and running. Because think about it. SpaceX can get that lunar lander out there with expendable starships. You could do it. Because NASA's multi-billion-dollar contract for building a human landing system doesn't require anything to be reused, SpaceX shifted to focusing on getting the first stage working. SpaceX could then still deliver on getting the lander up there without ever reusing anything. That's the other reason why they started scaling booster production right after that, and then a little bit later building Star Factory. Right now, they're focusing on getting Super Heavy working, and anything that they get with Starship being able to be reused entry tests, that's just a bonus from here on out. They won't say that, but that's true. Their stakeholder expectations did change after they got awarded HLS. It became much more about getting on-orbit capability with a Super Heavy launch vehicle, and less about reusing the whole thing. Don't get me wrong, they still want to reuse everything. But they could deliver on HLS without reusing any hardware. They could still deliver the lander in time. That right there is the reason why I think the lander is not going to be the long lead item for Artemis. I don't think we're going to see delays in Artemis' schedule because of SpaceX. I think it's going to be other things, but that's just my personal opinion. Stakeholder expectations are neither rare or well done. Oh boy. Oh boy, you're a freaking winner. People need to ever read the stream titles, you know that. Well, they won't do it if I don't tell them to. Why not just design a platform where you have a launcher that takes astronauts to a bay in space where then they take a different vehicle into deeper space? Well, friend Kim, that was what the shuttle was supposed to do. That's what the space shuttle was supposed to do. That was their design for the shuttle. Here, look. The shuttle was just one component to a 4-stage project to establish fully reusable infrastructure going to and from the moon. That's what the space shuttle program was supposed to be. It was supposed to be basically reusable Apollo. The shuttle, fly up. We know that it had this capability when we looked at the RMS on Wednesday. We read the operations manual for the remote manipulator system. The shuttle could carry 2 robotic arms on board. And the shuttle, you could send one shuttle up, deliver a tug, a chemical tug, so like a Centaur G, send the shuttle back down. A week later, you send up a tug with people on board, right? The shuttle could fly up to the space tug that it launched the previous week, grab that thing with a robotic arm, and use the other robotic arm to place the two together and build a spacecraft. Then that could be sent out to the moon, right? And then, maybe a couple weeks before that, you do the same thing, but instead of a space tug, you have a lander. So you have space tug, lander, HAB module. You send that out there, and then you do what I just said. I did it out of order, sorry. And then you send the crew. Crew does lunar orbit rendezvous, and it basically mimics Apollo from there. That's what they wanted to do. That's what NASA proposed. And in 1972, Congress said, well, that's good. Actually, Nixon said it. Nixon said, that's all fine and dandy. How about you just focus on the launch vehicle and build the other stuff later? Nice. Nice. Well, you got to remember, guys, we could sit here in retrospect and say that Nixon was a complete butthole when it came to spaceflight, but you guys got to remember, in 1968, he ran on a ticket of cutting government spending and ramping down crazy government spending. Like that was his thing. Because we were spending, in the 60s, we were spending billions of dollars on the Apollo program, which I think we should have spent billions of dollars on. That's a good idea. But we were spending way more than that on Vietnam. And the Americans were totally done with that. So he, like I said, he ran on a ticket of reducing government spending, which that's just him trying to follow through with that. And honestly, axing the Apollo program was stupid. That was really, really stupid. Because, like, I don't know why you would do that. I think he did it because he didn't like Kennedy, because he lost to Kennedy in 1960. Maybe he held a grudge. Maybe he didn't. Don't know. I don't know enough about politics to be able to say one way or another, right? But he did cut budgets on everything, dude, to reduce spending. And then the oil crisis happened, and then he got caught scandaling things. His space policy was atrocious. It was atrocious. It was so bad. So bad. Just, I mean, the shuttle is not the worst idea. And the shuttle would have been amazing had they followed through with the whole NSTS system, National Space Transportation System. If they'd done that, just followed through with the whole thing, it would have been fine. Like, everything would have been fine. You probably wouldn't have ran into problems like Challenger, for instance. But, you know, that's all what ifs and what aboutism, so who knows. RS-25 test.
Of an RS-25 engine is scheduled to begin soon on the Fred Hayes test
I'm watching. Don't
at
worry.
NASA's Stennis Space Center. Please stay tuned.
Oh, I am staying tuned, lady. Oh, hold on. Hey guys, I'm here. Oh yeah, well, this isn't spray-on foam insulation, it's vacuum insulated. Alright, let's see. So this is an engine test going on. We'll get back to workers in a second, dudes. Oh, there it goes. Hold on. Startup transients look good. Everything looks good. No, but we can't hear anything. Everything looks good here. That's the Fred Hayes test stand down in Stennis. This is in Mississippi. So NASA is doing some pretty extreme testing on these RS-25E engines. These are engines for SLS. This engine is what's called a test mule engine. What they've been, dude, they've been doing a lot of rapid testing. We've seen this thing fire probably 5 or 6 times on the test stand in the past couple of months, which is pretty insane. It's pretty good, dude. 100 seconds in, everything looking good. Yeah. Taking a giant hit. Gilman, you know what's funny? That's a big vaporizer. I'm serious. It's a big vape, but it's vaping hydrogen, so... I don't know what you're going to do with that, man. What? That's what this rocket engine does. These are shuttle motors. The X shuttle motors. They're shuttle-derived motors. The space shuttle engines and SLS engines use hydrogen and oxygen. When you combust hydrogen and oxygen together, the byproduct is just water vapor. This thing is shooting steam out the bottom. Like, this is a steam engine on steroids, right? It's vaporized, dude. It is vaporizing hydrogen. That is quite actually what it is doing. Now, what they do is to quench the flames, because generally what you put underneath a rocket engine, anything you put under there, you're probably going to lose. What they do is they spray water down there, because water is great at absorbing heat. So it takes all the heat out of the exhaust, and the end result is that you get a gigantic vapor cloud coming out of the test stand. But it is vaping. That's what it's doing. It's vaporizing hydrogen and oxygen. Well, combusting it technically. But yeah, that's what it's doing. Once again, we'll get back to workers just in a moment. I have it up. I have it teed up, and we're still building here. This rocket engine test is not going to take very long. Hey. The video after from Boom. Yeah, the XB1. Dude, it's flying. That's so cool. What's up with the toothpicks? They're laced with caffeine. I got a problem. I think I've OD'd on caffeine over the past couple of weeks because of these. When I close my eyes, it hurts. Because these things keep you going. Dude, like last night, dude, I did not get that much sleep. Blink more. Okay. And stop using those damn things. I'm almost out. When I'm out of this last pack, that's it. This is not a good idea. Not with Red Bull and coffee. Like, it does keep you going though, but eventually your brain, you know, after like 10 to 12 hours of just hitting this stuff like last night happens, where I'm just sitting there looking at like 10 plus 10 and going, I thought you quit Red Bull. I did, Iceman, and then somebody bought a bunch and sent it to my P.O. box, which was, whoever that was, don't do that, please. I opened it up, and it's a freaking case of Red Bull. I'm like, No, Clayton, I haven't seen it. You didn't have to drink them. What else am I going to do with them? Yeah, everything's looking good. We're about 350 seconds in. This looks fine. So if you're wondering, this clock up here is showing Zulu. That's UTC right there. I'm not sure what 8.2 is, but this is Zulu time. Every camera, they sync the clocks on all their instrumentation cameras here. That is, in case something weird happens, they can sync up the cameras from multiple views and see the sequence of events that caused a failure or prove that their test worked. The other thing is they have the time up here, the timestamp on the engine test. That's what those numbers are. They use them to synchronize up all the engineering cameras. 82nd day of the year. There you go. Oh, they're not using Zulu on this one. These test stands are synced to local time. Excuse me. Yeah, 12:53. Yeah, that makes sense. In the past, for launch footage, they've used Zulu, but that's central. That 82nd day of the year. Yeah, that's central time. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Is the engine being tested at full thrust? It is Chuchin. That's at full thrust, friend Kim. You can tell because there's usually an oblique shock down here. A shock cone. From where the engine exhaust gases are collapsing in on themselves because of atmospheric pressure. Basically, the gases are shooting out the nozzle, and the weight of the entire atmosphere above them is pushing those gases inward. And when they push in, you get an oblique shock, the cone. And because we can't see the cone from, I've watched so many of these, because we can't see the cone on camera 442, which is it's right there. You can actually see the back end of that camera. The engine's throttled up. Yeah, see, camera 442. See, they throttled down. See the oblique? The shock? That's, so, oh, there we go. Throttle down, 500 seconds, flame out, purging systems. So what they're going to do here is to snuff the flames out on the rocket engine. They pump helium into the plumbing to inert the motor. And basically get all the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen out of the plumbing. That's what that puff of smoke was that you saw. And that you saw the flames go, right? And then the flames got snuffed out. Same thing like with a fire extinguisher. You're depriving the fire that's going on in the power head. Well, not the power head. In the combustion chamber, you're depriving it of oxidizer by purging out the oxidizer lines with helium. A lot of rocket engines do that. Falcon 9 does that.
This concludes the live broadcast of today's RS-25 engine test on the Fred Hayes test stand at NASA's Stennis Space Center. Please check the NASA Stennis website and social media channels for...
I just want to see that. One more. Yeah, see that? See that there? That's the helium purge. The flames are coming from any leftover liquid hydrogen and oxygen that ends up getting combined in the combustion chamber. See the flames right there? But the flames, they get snuffed out. See what I mean? That's how they shut off rocket engines. The other thing is that you do not want to leave liquid oxidizer inside of your metal plumbing. You think salt's bad for metal? Oxygen, liquid oxygen is awful for it. But see, they, I don't know if we saw the thing ramp down. Yeah, don't lick it, guys, by the way. Don't lick the nozzle. If you've seen A Christmas Story, you know what I'm talking about. Yep. So, when you get flame out right here, see the shock disc collapses because of loss of chamber pressure. That's normal. That's what, I mean, you lose chamber pressure, watch. You can actually, so you can see them start to throttle down the turbo pumps. That's when the turbo pump RPM goes low. And look, the disc collapses. It's super cool, actually. It's super cool seeing this. So what's going on here after that is because the turbo pumps are throttling down, you're getting flow separation. You get flow separation inside of the nozzle because the explosion that the combustion chamber is generating isn't enough to volumetrically fill the nozzle anymore. So what happens is atmospheric pressure starts trying to sneak its way in here. And that's what this turbulent force is around the nozzle. See all this white right there after the disc collapses? And you get flow separation there. It looks like during shutdown it burped for a second. See the under expansion right here? See how the flames kind of pop out? This is the thing about shutting off rocket engines and turning them on. Shutting them off especially, you can get a burp. And it looks like for a momentary second, the combustion chamber experienced some kind of detonation force. That could be normal, but it definitely did rod knock there. Rod knock in quotation marks. See the explosion? It's super... This is under expansion. Basically, for a second, there was a secondary sputter when they shut the thing off that filled the entire nozzle for a moment. That could be on purpose. I don't know for sure. But see all these like kind of icicle things coming off here? That's flow sep. That's bad for the rocket engine. Note the thing. You can't do that for very long before something explodes. Note that the nozzle during shutdown, when it starts experiencing cavitation, it starts wobbling around like crazy. See, that's violent. This is like right on the ragged edge of working. But see all the sep right there? That's flow sep phenomenon right there. That's normal during a shutdown. The reason why that's bad is because you'll get non-uniform heating on the nozzle, and non-uniform heating equals non-uniform molecular structure in the metal. Like if you're heating up certain parts of the rocket engine, certain parts might melt, certain parts might freeze. And when you have freezing metal and hot metal right next to each other, it tends not to jive very well. That's why it's bad. You can break the nozzle that way. Yep. But it made it past that. So right at this point right here, right there, see where this flames are kind of coming sideways? That's when your combustion chamber, the combustion chamber pressure is low enough to basically not accelerate the gases through the choke point, the impingement area, so it's the throat of the nozzle. It gets to the point right there where you can't accelerate them past supersonic, and that's basically when the engine is off. All the engine turns into when you can't maintain combustion chamber pressure during a shutdown or during a failure is just it becomes a nice big flamethrower. But in this particular case, that's a good shutdown. Everything looks good there. See the purge flames? Or not the purge flames, the purging gases to snuff the flames out. Yep. And then these pieces of plumbing right here are another way to evac the plumbing. They tie into all the they tie into valves in the mainline plumbing, and they vent to get all the liquid oxygen and gaseous oxygen out of this thing. This is really good footage of a shutdown. Like really good footage. Very nice. Let's go bowling, Sneaky. No, this looks successful, FranCam. This looks fine. Yeah, everything looks good here. I didn't see anything weird, but then again, I don't have the telemetry in front of me. Visually, it looks fine. But if it's one thing I learned with rockets over all these years of covering them and talking about them is that if it looks fine, that doesn't mean it is. Just because that shutdown looked good doesn't mean it. Clearly, they had a detonation event during shutdown. It's pretty obvious to see it. I don't know if anybody in the chat picked up on it, but that detonation could have been within within nominal limits. So yeah, it could have been normal, it could have not been normal. It's hard to say. Anyway, that was some test footage there. I'm still under the workers category, guys, so we got to get back to playing this game. Got to try to make sure, Twitch is about playing video games, remember. Firmly believe in that, so let's get the tunage back up. Where are we at? Shows how violent transients can be. Absolutely. All right, we need to get labor forces in here for the next phase of construction to complete all this. See, all this construction basically got halted because we need people to do the work. So I have 2 labor construction depots that we 2 labor construction depots that we utilize, and I always manually activate them. The cool thing about that is that you can stage all the resources first. I stage the resources on the construction site and only send in people when we need to. Because right now I'm using foreign labor, and using foreign labor is cost you money. You don't want to just constantly be delivering labor to a site that doesn't have the build materials. Not very efficient. There we go. All the labor is moved into place. I have a new sci-fi series for you that's on Netflix. Free Body Problem. Good stuff so far. Noted. Brimo and I have been looking for a new thing to watch. I'm just gonna do some exchange. I'm gonna exchange some of this cash for dollars so we don't run out of dollars. Wait until I'm loaded. By just having my switcher locomotive and a boxcar move some clothes around between. If I'm understanding that right, based off of what I saw yesterday, we can buy clothes. We can buy them and make a little bit of money. Prices do change. Dude, this gets complicated, man. You really have to watch the market here. You do make some money off of it. Yeah, we'll do it. We gotta exchange some dollars here. We make a little bit of profit there. Send it. The opening sequence is one of the Maoist struggle sessions. Oh boy. If you want to watch something, watch Fringe, okay? Is this the Terran music from StarCraft? Yes. It really gets my brain into building mode, friend Cam. Like, I don't know what it is, and I as much as I don't want to sit here and admit that music really, listening to certain music affects like how I think about things, it absolutely does. Starliner astronauts are giving a press conference. Yep, I know. We can talk more about that for NSF Live, dude. Yeah, it's very peculiar. So I'm working on having my construction build out the rest of the footpaths. Okay. And then we could probably have them belt out the bus station as well. And then once these roads are all figured out, we'll get the parking lots up and running. I also need... Oh, okay, I have it already. It's hard to see it. Good. Alright. Are the tractors out there? I did switch the tractors out, right? We have a plethora of T-28s getting all the fields ready to go. Good. Fertility rate is really high because I had fully sowed crops unharvested there, so this yield's gonna be really nice. We just gotta be able to get at all of it. I had a girlfriend who never asked how I was doing. Instead, she'd ask what music you were listening to. Good call. I always love the lore for the reason Terrans are called Terrans. Yeah. Okay, cool. Work's starting to get done. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Are the buses still working for... Cool. I'm gonna get line spacing going, and then we need to assign rail construction here. Actually, this thing has been getting a good deal of this actually finished, which is super, super useful. Well, we're not doing much on the train front here because we don't have any crops to export. I would like... Yeah, we gotta... I'd like to get that X in there. That's good for train logic, so any train can get into the depot and refuel from there. I also put an X over here for that exact reason. It's just so trains have the ability to basically use whatever track to get into whatever spot. We also do have the rail line right away figured out all the way to here. I did that just because it might be a better idea to put another farm, an individual farm out here with a grain silo connected into the rails. So I can have a train move grain into here so we don't have to send trucks all the way down there. That's probably, actually, that's a good idea. Anything you can do about the bottleneck at the border? We can distribute back and forth, but that's what my... Where's the little guy? I told the little guy to get going. Where is he? Hold on. Yep. I forgot to tell him to use the waypoint. You need to use that waypoint because there's no way to turn around and get to the customs houses if you go this way. The guy went out here and went that way, and now he's looking for a turnaround. Yeah, train logic in this game. What do you want? I always have to have them exit out of the depot this way for the tri-oval loop to work correctly. And also, he has crops and some clothes on board with that car. Just... Why crops? I don't understand. Just dump them. Just dump them overboard. Is he coming back? Just go back to the depot. Just go back to the depot. Please. For the love of God. Just turn around. Just turn around. Anything you can do... Yeah, okay, bottleneck the border. Move the common stuff into storage. Don't turn around. Just go home. Where are you going, man? All right. All right, let's put a waypoint for the train right there, right? And then go into that line. whatever. I really, really need that train to not be going away from this. But I'm pretty sure it's pathing all the way around. The train tracks here go in a loop. They go in a loop around the entire map, which is... I need him back because I need dollars here. Like, I need currency exchange sooner rather than later. This is why I really need you to go back to the depot. You know, I told the thing to stop and turn around and go back to which you came. All you got to do is turn around and just go in the exact same direction that I just told you to. Set a new waypoint 100 feet in front of the train and then send it back. Okay. Maybe if I tell it to go there, load close. I need it to load 5%. Then go to... Go to that waypoint, and then go to the other depot. Unload. Close. And then, when you're done with that... Why isn't it letting me have him go back to... Oh, that's why. There we go. Signal logic might not be letting him go to the depot. Alright, yeah, we'll see. Will he stop at the waypoint and turn around? Whatever. Whatever. It's not like I don't need money. Right? Like, the reason why I need dollars is because I'm getting concrete from NATO, so to help ease the border problem, like help ease the traffic here. We can utilize both depots, but in order to do that, I need currency exchange. But the train is apparently too stupid to figure that out. Could be my signaling. I'm not going to say that couldn't be a thing. But I highly doubt it's signal logic. I got most of those figured out. But it could be. We'll just let him do his thing. See if he comes back in a little bit. How's the plumbing going? Water towers are built. What about here? What I like to do is build out all the roads and all the footpaths first. And then we build the buildings. We do have some pipes finished though, which is good. Some pumps are almost done. Good. Good. Yeah, the map also adds signals. Yeah, you're right. No. I forgot to assign this. Dude, if I can get a road up here, what I was thinking for like hazardous waste, import hazardous waste for cash and store it up here. Like make a giant storage area and then just kind of let it do its thing. Right? That's actually, I mean, we're gonna need a road that goes up there. But I am hard pressed to use any part of the map up here unless there's resources, right? You know? So that's just another thing I was thinking about. Dude, that's how I know, just on a side note, that's how I know I'm really enjoying a game. When I get off the stream and I'm like, okay, I played enough today. And I get off the stream and I'm sitting there like watching TV and I'm like, what if we tried arbitrage with crops and clothes? Like that's what I do with Kerbal. It definitely is a thing. We're also gonna want to get these roads figured out before the harvest. Falcon 9 is rolling to the pad for tonight's Starlink 642 mission. Per SpaceX, weather is 20% go. Yeah. Making your way around. Whatever. You do your thing, man. So once again, priority here is to get the city up and running. I think one of the last things we got to do here is heat. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, though. You'll be using Booster 1060, which will fly its 19th mission. It's also the oldest core in the fleet. Yep. Yeah, there you go. That was the one that's scheduled at 7:55 tonight, right? No, it would be a 19th flight and a 19th landing. I need to check something here. Kilometer away from populated areas. Relatively clean. Production. Clothes can be placed a little closer. If you stack industry, it multiplies the pollution area, not just the local radius. I attempted to make a coal generator middle of the apartment. Life expectancy lowered under 50 years, so my city died quickly with the hospital full. Perma. Okay. So a kilometer. What's a kilometer? Is 1,600 kilometers is 1 mile. So 1,600. No, 1 mile is 1,600 meters. There you go. So let's look at a radius from the city center here, see where we can find a spot for a heat plant. And I'm building the big heat plant. 5,280 feet is 1 mile, and that seems to be out of range of most things. But we got to worry about heat. The heat's got to, see, the heating buildings have to be close, but the heating buildings also pollute. So what's 1 kilometer in What's 1,000 meters in feet? That's 3,300 feet. Cool. Let's measure 3,300 feet, because you don't want your heat plant too far away, because then it's ineffective. All the heat will exit the pipes when you're trying to pump it. See what's going on up in here. We are near power here, which is good. Can we flatten out an area big enough for a heat plant? And because it's near the border and relatively near coal, shouldn't be a problem. The last heat plant left you in the cold. That's right, Halsey. That's why I'm not building that dinky freaking small one. I hate that thing. If we put it close to the border, we won't really have to worry too much about labor, right? Like, the border's right there, but it also needs to be far enough away from the city where it doesn't cause that much pollution. All freaking rocks up here. It's all rocks. Always has been.
Discovery, go at
Jojo
throttle.
B, 17-month resub. Thank you. Woo, what's going on, man? How are you? At least this noise isn't in StarCraft. When we were listening to the RimWorld music, it sounds exactly like an infestation. Working in heartbreak. Heartbreak? Do you have heartaches by the numbers? Delicious bug jelly. Alright, let's check the heat plant. Oh, yeah. We'd want to mirror this, so... Oh, yeah, that's doable. What does the heat plant need? It needs water, right? Or does it just need coal? Well, you're going to need plumbing and drainage, obviously, right? Like, absolutely need that. Oh. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. You alright, though? Jojo, I don't know what's going on with you, and I don't generally give unsolicited advice, right? I always wait for people to ask me things. If you're having problems with your lady, like, two things. You can fix it or you can't, right? The best way to fix it is to talk. And if that's not an option, then yeah, you know, like, it sucks. You gotta deal with it, man. I've had relationships blow up in my face. It's not fun. You know, before I met Brimo, it's, yep. Yeah, that's not a good time. Water, sewage, and coal waste disposal for the heat plant. Thanks, Rob. Gotcha. Those experiences led you to Brimo. Bingo. Yep. I can't fix this one, so it's up to her if she wants to stick around. I'm telling you, man. Women like to talk. Like, you got to talk to them. You got to communicate. If you want to fix it, like, you know, is it worth, you know, like, I don't like talking about people this way. It's generally bad, but like with relationships, you can't kid yourself, dude. You have to find somebody that you get along with. And sometimes, you know, if you don't say things, right? If you keep it just festering inside, it'll end up boiling to a head and it'll blow up in your face. Speaking from experience, I found that if you're very upright, very forthcoming and upright with your intentions, that's what I did with Bree. And you know, she did the same thing, thank God, right? Because I've noticed that sometimes in a relationship, it's hard to figure out what the other party wants. Like, what do you want? Like, I don't know. You got to tell me. Just tell me. Tell me what you need, right? And I said this to Bree like on our first date. I was like, look, I like you. Maybe we could go steady someday. This was like back in 2017 or 2018 or something. I said, I like you. I would love to keep dating you. There might be times where I don't answer your text right away. I'm not playing games. I'm streaming. Okay? You could go on Twitch and check for yourself. Like, I don't want to. I was very straightforward with Bree. And don't get me wrong, she was straightforward too, and we love each other because we can talk to each other. Like, that's the big one, dude. Tell you what I want, what I really mean. Yeah, sometimes in a relationship you just assume that your significant other can read your mind. Doesn't work like that. I tried. She's had past issues she needed to work on. Told her I'm there for her. She was scared to lose me, and I told her I'm here to stay, even if she takes a while. Yeah, there you go, dude. Yeah, looks like you did that, dude, so the rest is up to God, man. Like, what are you gonna do, you know? How's arbitrage, or whatever you called it? Well, that's what it's called, like, and I don't really have enough differential prices here. Like, we have to manipulate the market to get arbitrage to work correctly. My big problem is that, look, I can swap clothes for biological waste and we can make money. The problem is the outright investment that I would need is gonna be a little bit difficult, right? Because, like, if you think about it, 5 tons of clothes, because the unit pricing between biological waste, right? The unit pricing for biological waste here is, actually, we could buy Warsaw Pact biological waste and sell it for almost 100% profit, actually. But that's per ton. So you have a unit price of 95, basically 1 ruble per ton, right? And then if we go to try and arbitrage that with clothes, right? Clothes are 1,700 a ton. So the train that I would have to assemble to do this right, to move it back and forth, would need like 50 waste cars and like 1 car for clothing. So we'd have to buy a bunch of train cars to get the exchange amounts correctly to actually make money and transfer it back and forth. It takes a ton of time to unload waste for whatever reason. I'm not exactly sure why, but we need to find something that has similar unit pricing. And that's, yeah, like, on top of that, you need to have the difference in prices. You need to buy something. So buy low, sell high, right? From rubles to dollars, and then ideally buy low here and sell high here. You need to do it twice for this to work right, or else you're just moving currency around. Is that freaking locomotive back, speaking of that? Because I need to move currency around. Yes, sir, God willing, yep. I had the exact conversation with my wife when we first started dating. Yeah, guys, you gotta lay it on the line. That you gotta be honest about your intentions. Especially if you want the relationship to work. If you don't want it to work, if you're not forthcoming about that, it'll fail. You'll fail, like almost guaranteed. Be straightforward about what you want, and if you know. Like, don't put all your cards on the table right away, but don't be like, yes, you know, I like this, and I don't care about you. Like, I like playing video games all day. Like, it's like, okay. You gotta kind of slowly show your hand, but be very honest about what you want. That's super important. Don't be a dick about it, but yeah, careful. I thought about this yesterday. What you do is buy bricks from Warsaw Pact for 25 rubles and sell to NATO for 25 bucks. And then buy something else from NATO for 100 and sell back to Warsaw for 1,000 to make cash. Yeah. We could do that as well, O-Force, yeah. That's not necessarily arbitrage, but... I mean, yeah, I suppose it is. You know, crops to NATO, and then use that to buy stuff and sell to Warsaw Pact. But I don't think the pricing, the market is really good for that right now. There's not a lot of stuff that buys low for NATO and sells high in Warsaw Pact right now. You're making profit off of differential markets, Flykin. That's all. Actually, arbitrage, I was reading about it. It actually is... It sounds kind of shady, and it is a little bit... It's a little bit... Like, I'm not going to say there's, you know, not ethics or not ethics to it, right? Like, but honestly, arbitrage in the United States, and don't get me wrong, I didn't do that much reading, and I'm no economist, right? Arbitrage is used to help stabilize the market. Yeah, it helps stabilize the market because the market corrects itself. People who do arbitrage, it corrects itself to make sure that unit pricing is standardized across markets, which that keeps the market nice and stable. It's actually encouraged, which is okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yurovich, what's up, man? Just a tip for you later on in the game. Get into making nuclear fuel and export it. Crazy money. Oh, don't act like I didn't see the unit pricing for nuclear fuel there. I don't know how to do that, but yeah, we have to get past the early game here, Robert, right? Like, I have to get... I'm struggling to get past the early game here. Is that train back yet? That's what I was looking into. Where are you? Oh, almost there. Look at you. Clothing, and more clothing is pretty much early game. I could still tech straight to clothing. I have a fabric factory and a clothing factory set up. We could do that. It's all hooked into my grain silo. We just got to get the grain silo done. I will work on the grain silo, but we need plumbing and everything working in the city. So I need to get the heat plant running. I mean, if we scaled for clothing and then slowly built up food, we'd have to import food, right? But we could scale. It's like, that's kind of not exactly what I wanted to do right off the bat, but it's doable. There you are. I'm building a loop, another logic loop into this design around my grain silos so that doesn't happen again. But in order to do that, we have to build a grain silo, which is something that we're going to need to do anyway, so. Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. Chemical plant and explosive factory are also great early game. Okay, noted. How are we doing with plumbing? Actually, almost fully implemented. Looks like we're gonna need labor assigned to that to get that built. I like keeping my labor construction depots completely different. Like, looks like I told them to make that. Like, I like to move the materials to the construction site first. The food imports will be tiny. Yeah, alright, well, like, okay, we're changing the game plan a little bit. And thankfully I already built in a system that allows for this. We're gonna need to get the clothing and the fabric factory up. So, let's rethink here. How much does a clothing factory, how much labor does that need? Because we figured in labor for food and distillery before. The fabric factory has 100 workers, so that's 300 workers total covering 3 8-hour shifts, so it's running 24/7, right? So we have 300, and then clothing factory, number of workers 80. 8 times 3, or 80 times 3 is 240. 240 plus 300, 540 workers. Done. See what happens when I get some sleep? Yeah, I could not have done that math last night because my brain was done. I was just... Fabric produces enough for 2 clothing factories, though, right? Yeah, it produces enough for 2. I didn't incorporate that design. I didn't incorporate that into the design, and we've already committed some stuff. I could dump the livestock factory if we want, and if there's a factory connection on the fabric factory here, I could just build another one next to it and have them 2 here, but then again, we wouldn't be able to have the livestock factory plugged in. But then again, if I do end up making other farms, yeah, you know what? You guys talked me into it. If we're retooling for clothing, that's a good idea. Just got to retool this a little bit. No, King, I'm not really interested, dude. Alright, we gotta wait for that thing to be demolished. That's fine. The demo depot should make quick work of that. Give me 1 second. Oh. Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. Yeah, King, we don't need to talk about that. Yeah, ever. That's yeah. Oh shit. Is the plumbing up? They started going to the bus station. I gotta pay attention. I gotta pay more attention. Sorry. Excuse my language. Oh, what an idiot. What an idiotic mistake. Why did I tell the bus depot to go? I gotta pay more attention, guys. That's bad. So we activated the city. All the people went to the bus station. Now they're looking for work. Now we do have the majority of their services ready to go, but not all of them. And if we don't give them what they need, like, quickly, we're gonna have a big problem. I mean, let's go back a second. Screw it. I don't like doing this. I don't like saves coming, but we'll see. Yeah, if we can't find... I mean, there's only so many autosaves that it does. If none of the autosaves have the bus station not completed, then... oh well, nothing we can do. I won't look if you load? Oh, thank you. Yeah, Simon. There were probably some times where I should have saved Scum the Gnocchi Grad, but it's alright. EG, are U.S. highways built with a concrete base? No, Jens. The highways have a gravel subgrade, a big gravel subgrade. Oh, there it is. Suspend construction. Don't build that. Stop working on it. There. This was a save from about 15 minutes ago. Let me just... yeah, livestock is still there. Alright, hold on. We can get rid of that. Let's redo what we just had. Get rid of the clothes. That. Get rid of the livestock for a second there. Get rid of that. Just dump the trash. Ha ha ha. More band humor. Alright, is that stupid locomotive anywhere near, or is he still way out there? Yep, still way over there. Alright. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I gotta pay more attention. Too many things going on. So let's see if we can... Well, those are awfully close to each other. Can we connect them? No. No, no, no. Come on. No, no, no. Stay and help you, I will. Well, that's lame. Alright, maybe we can build this side first. A great tip for road construction is to take off snapping F4 and hold left shift. It will make it so you can put roads in many more angles and shorter nodes. Left shift isn't underrated. Is underrated. Left shift. Okay. Okay, we have double clothing factories there. Let's just check something. Can we... Where are the factory connections on these things? They're on the sides. I was wondering if we could output both of them into a warehouse, but that doesn't look to be the case here. It would be nice if there was a connection right here and right there, but that's the loading. I mean, we do have an open connection there, so one of them could go to a warehouse, but it's okay. And because we changed this up, I want a better way to get to the grain silos. Okay. Yeah, clothes are low throughput. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, dude. Alright, now I have waste over here as well. Sweet. That actually freed up some space here. Clothing factory is for 100 people, and we're good because we're like super close to the bus station and stuff. They should be able to get to all the factories from there. Yeah, I placed that bus station there for a reason. Every single factory is within walking distance. Use large containers for trash in industry areas. So much better. Large containers. Large talons. This guy? Okay. Oh, I have one there. How are the construction vehicles doing? Cool. Alright, the other thing is... Where is it? Go to the depot. Go to the depot, dang it. Alright, so waypoint. Actually, no. You can go out of here to Warsaw Pact. Let's just check the prices. Give me 1 second. Are clothes still trading at profitable? We could buy for 1,700 and sell for 1,792. We do make some profit off that. That's good. Alright. Are clothes the most profitable thing here? Let's look here. What has the highest selling price for NATO? It is clothes. Clothes followed by explosives. Now what's the difference? We can buy explosives 1606 a ton and sell for 1670. Not bad. Any big differences here? Clothes is still the best one to do it. Okay. What do you need to make explosives? Chemicals, gravel, and wood. You can make money off that. Oh yeah. You're not going to make the biggest profit if you import chemicals, gravel, wood, right? But combined unit pricing there, all systems looks right. So we'll talk it out just to be absolutely sure. So explosives, if we go here, explosives sell at 1670 a pop, right? Chemicals are 11. Let's just say we'll round up. It's fine, because one's 1670, the other's 1172. So say we could sell explosives for 1,700 a pop, right? Import chemicals for 1,200, right? And then we need granite.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Or gravel, excuse me. Which is 9, so we're at 1,209 total imported price, right? 1,212. Yeah, that's huge money. Hey, MacV, 38 months. Is it 1 chem for 1 explosive? Let me check. So, importing resources is good. Now we need to see what it costs to make the stupid thing. Yeah, and other things. So, for consumption, to make 1 ton of explosives, you need 0.73 chemical, 2.2 gravel, 1.5. That's even more profitable. Oh. Okay. Robert, you were not kidding. Better than the Ligma ones, Fram. Yeah. Okay. You guys just mind, just bear with me here for a second? Like, okay. All systems, like I said, this is one of the most capitalistic games city builders I've ever played. It's really funny, dude. I appreciate the irony a lot, actually. It's pretty funny. Somebody say explosions. It's what City Skylines should have been. If Cities 2 was like this, oh ma'am, we'd be playing that right now. Cities tried to do resources. They tried to. They tried. I don't know how their distribution systems work or what they were thinking, but they tried to do this. There was an attempt. I'm not sure what they were thinking, like, because, like, if you have a port, for instance, the port just fills the port with resources even though you're not using them. Like, I don't understand what their logic is for, like, filled, not filled. You kind of saw, like, a proto version of that with City Skylines 1, and it was just weird. Yeah, dude, if Cities 2 had a resource system like this, where you could capitalize on it, like resource import-export in industry, like, dude, let me just put it to you like this. The city building part of Cities is fantastic. If the industry was this, if you set up the industry like this in Cities 2, I'd be playing that right now. The distribution systems in Cities, I generally don't understand what they were trying to accomplish. Yeah. And, like, I see what they were trying to do, but I don't know why they would do stuff the way that they would do it. It's very, like, I'm not trying to be mean either. I think they were trying to do something and they didn't, like, yeah, the whole thing kind of screams rushed. Alright, well, this is the site for our explosives factory now. Let me also just make sure that the small train actually went where I wanted it to go. Okay, so we need... Small train needs to go to Warsaw Pact first. So go up here. We need it to load up clothes. And then it's going to come back down here, and then it needs to go up to NATO. So it's going to use the loop. So waypoint. And then up here. Unload, close. We need to just do some currency exchanging. Yeah, just... We're going to tell it to do it once, and then we'll go. There we go. Do you want it to load 37 tons of clothes? Yeah. Yeah, Simon, I do. That's why I only told it to do it once. That's going to be about 90 Gs, if I'm looking at that right. Actually, more than that. Yeah. But that's okay. We have the loan. Yeah, we did that on purpose. Fields are being sowed. Just bought the game. Time to jump down the rabbit hole. Careful, Salty. This game is, dude. It's like when we were figuring out mission mode back in the day. Be careful with this one. This game will pull you in. Like, you know, dude. You know how I always said, like, no, I don't want to. If you play Satisfactory, we're gonna have a problem, right? Yeah, I didn't realize that this game was like that. Whoops. Yep, there we go. He's pulling clothes. I don't trust you, little yellow locomotive. Is everything in the city marked for no use? I do not have any buildings doing that. Is there a way to tell the buildings to stop at like 90% priority or something? I suppose if I don't assign any labor, because my labor is detached from my construction vehicles, we just stage all the resources, right? You know, like, yeah, we have to manually check every freaking building. Now he's going to take the left track here. Now he's going to get to the waypoint and he should turn around. Yep, there we go. Alright, that's working as intended. I think he was a little confused because the builder train is out there, but that's fine. I'm just making sure everything is... Found a cool mod for this game with the Soyuz Apollo monument. Instantly thought of you. Alright. That's cool. Should probably workshop it and put it right in the roundabout. Nah, yeah. Grav, I actually haven't looked, but I know the devs are talking about, the developers are talking about, why am I blanking? Not cool. They're talking about adding a space DLC and maybe a weapons manufacturing DLC. So, like, you might be able to do a launch site in the future, which is actually super cool. I dig it. Build that and that. GravShark, you know what this game really makes me realize? How did they even make a space program? How did you even do that? Like, this game's tough. It's hard to play. Don't get me wrong. You know, one guy wasn't controlling the whole thing. There was, you know, a lot of centralization and whatnot, but I mean, but the thing is, like, the weird thing is that there was one guy controlling it from like 1922 to 1953. Like, he oversaw everything. Somehow, like, they were able to get to the point where they were able to, like, build missiles and rockets and stuff. Like, how do you even... How did you even get to that point? You're basically doing this whole thing with one hand tied behind your back because of all the centralized nonsense. Yeah, like, how are you supposed to innovate in this environment? That's the big thing that I don't understand. How did Korolev even do what he did? That is ludicrous. Like, no wonder he got thrown in a freaking prison camp. Like, no wonder, like, okay. Sheer willpower, yeah. It's unbelievable. Like, you'd be nuts, or just naive to willingly submit to something like this in real life. This is nuts. Like, how? How is that even possible? How did they cook up something like the N1 or Buran? Like, with this, I get it, stolen plans and stuff. Like, even then, it's not just that. Like, the industrial base, getting your industrial base to work and everything. Like, it sucks, dude, because there's clearly talent there. Like, some of the industrial cities were planned out pretty damn well, right? It's clear that there's a lot of civil engineering talent, but what sucks is that it's wasted on stuff like that. Like, clearly there's a lot of sharp minds coming from that part of the world, you know? Hey, Jackery. What's up, dude? Yeah, Jens, for sure. That's what I mean. I'm not just talking about Russia. I'm talking about the entire Union. Like, it's very clear, like, there was some really freaking smart people, like, to do some of the stuff that they did, like the space program. Like, bro, how? Like, how does that even work without public enterprise? Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy industrial base to set up. And like I said, I hope we get a DLC for it. That'd be pretty rad. Something like that, Red Fox, yeah. Okay, so once again, let's redo the labor numbers here. So the clothing factory, 100 times 3, so that's 300. And then the 8 times 3 is 24, so that's 480 plus 300. So 780. We need to build a city for 700. I mean, yeah, 780 people. Plus services. I'd say round it, build enough housing for 1,000 so we can easily scale if we have to. Will that school be enough? Now I'm wondering. The children. 84 students. $156. Yeah, that's too small. That was from another plan. Another plan. Yeah, we need a bigger school. So what's your latest money-making scheme? Explosives are definitely going to help me. We're going to build out the explosive factory right here. I needed to take a loan to get the town on its feet because straight exporting crops in bulk would have worked, except I misjudged how many farms I would need to run this many fields. So we can sow all the fields. We can't harvest all of them. So I have a couple of fields that never get harvested. So our crop yield was way lower than anticipated. Easy mistake for a rookie, you know what I mean? So this is going to be the new site for the explosives factory. We got electricity, we got plumbing, we got everything right here. This was going to be a planned construction depot, but that big depot, because of the throughput here, they could just drive down here. It's not a big deal. The dev who did automation also makes workers mods on the workshop. Oh, cool. That's neat. We're gonna need a different school. I'll put the school right here. I think if I make a road that goes this way, it needs to be footpaths if it's going to the school. The exchange worked. We made a little bit of money from export there. Hang on. I'm gonna work on the road design here. This is one of those times where we need to take our time for this. Actually, you know what? I told them to start construction on that, but that's not what I want. No, that's not going to work out very well. That will, though. That's what I want. There we go. Make a nice interchange there. Roundabout-ish. Go. Go over here. Store the soil. Make sure the terrain is flat here for a future road. Then we need to get rid of this crappy footpath that no one ever uses. Now we need to go into trees, move to nature. There we go. Did anyone tell you about walking distance? Yes. Yeah. I've been told about that. $400 on gravel footpaths and a little longer on asphalt. And a bus stop will work as a connection point, so they'll walk $400 from that too. Yep. Yeah, sometimes it screws with the pathing there. I don't know where this road would go. Maybe have it connect up there eventually. But that goes up the hillside. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Could it do it? Yeah, it could grade it eventually. Good. I am going to put another big right away here. This road probably is not going to be needed. I'm not 100% sure if we should destroy it, but it kind of sucks destroying an asphalt road. But then again, I don't have anything that's going up there anyway, so... Destroy when you need the land? Well, let's just do it now. Excellent. Does infrastructure require maintenance? No, thank God. That would really suck if it did, dude. Probably would have been smart to make this 2 lanes, but it's okay. We don't really have any space to do that. Ah, there's a sewer pipe there. Gravel road maintenance. I mean, the thing is that gravel roads need to be maintained in real life. Cool. Alright, let's we'll call this phase 2. Pivoting to close. Phase 2. And then we could group this together as a gigantic interchange, right? You can group this together as an intersection eventually. That's what we'll do. Good. We'll get rid of this road. And we'll build the highway next to it. And then eventually we'll connect it into the roundabout. Actually, that's probably something we should think about doing soon. So, you know what? What we'll do, Community Construction Depot. Place that there. Move that there. Where's this thing pulling labor from? Copy its settings, apply it over here. Copy those settings. Let's wait till it finishes everything. And then we'll start planning out this road here. Okay. I was trying to see if we could make this connect into there. I might need to get rid of that, so we gotta wait until those 4 assignments are done. Or we could manually... We could manually assign it. Yeah, well, they're getting stuff done, so... Might be better to have it go directly next to the old road for the other side, and then have it connected to the side closest to the cliff. Yeah. I'm thinking sneaky this road is we're gonna have to have this, but we gotta make something like that. So we have to kind of make it go over here and then turn. Like turn with these houses. So dump that for now. Dump the dump. Dump that. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some piggly wiggling. There's just a drainage line over there. Good. Let's wait until those 4 jobs are finished. There's a plumbing job here too. Yep, they're getting the pipes done. We're gonna have to get this phase of water figured out. How many jobs do we have queued? Yeah, they're just queuing roads right now. Do we have vehicles for that? Yes, we do.
Discovery,
So-
go and throttle up.
Get that pipe figured out. Kawota, 21 months, thank you. Get that one figured out, that figured out, get that figured out. We could tell them to start paving these roads if we want. This stretch of road we know needs to go there, so... Asphalt time? I think so. We'll get the outer one figured out, like that. We're obviously not going to need the center road, but I'm wondering what's going on. Something is using that footpath, so it's probably for construction purposes. I had it. There we go. Good. The whole idea is to get the segments out of there, and then we'll use the merge function that we saw yesterday. And now that's one big stretch of road. It'll be easy to get them to pave that. So now go into assign construction. Boom, boom, done. Construction, dolphins, and porpoises. Good. No gravel? No. Just go straight to paving. No one's using it. Construction, tortoises. and otters. And then that's where a split is for the water, so we need medium pipe. Where's our other water? There's one there, and eventually there's going to be one there. So water should come down here to the highway with that drainage. It should meet up there and split. Okay, so I'm going to tell them to make a pipe under the road. And then right here, we'll put a switch. gotta wait for them to demolish that road. Go. That pipe we'll put that one down and just leave it. Under the road where it belongs. Yep. Nodders. I gotta find a better way to manage that. Gotta find a better way to do it. Well, they got a bulldozer on site, which is good. The reason why I didn't pave this segment is because we might have to change it. We might have to make that curve a little ways. That's okay. All right. They're still working on those 2 jobs. That's that plumbing and an unfinished footpath. Where's that at? Right there. Okay. Transfer all vehicles up there. That's the... So this is... So, something interesting I'm going to do here. I'm going to take a bus, just temporarily put it there. And then I'm going to take the 2 of these, right? Put one there. Take a bus, temporarily put it there. I'm going to have 2 of the depots. So one of them is for NATO labor, the other one's for Warsaw Pact labor. 2 of them have buses, 2 of them have vans. Be easier. So do we have the demo ranch up and running? No, I was working on the city. We kind of have to tool for that, but we could work on the explosives factory now. There's so much, yeah, dude, so much to manage. It's easy to just get overwhelmed. How did the trade train work out? We need to wait until the prices start to diverge between Stuff Clang Bang as like we get further into the save. Trying to do it right now is a little bit difficult. You're not going to make much overhead. You're not going to make much profit, especially since you excuse me. I did it again. You're not going to make much profit, especially because we can't move in bulk. We can't move anything in bulk. But arbitrage is something that you can absolutely do in this game. But you just kind of have to manipulate the market a little bit. But it's, yeah, you can get it done. First thing I'm going to do, get all my construction out here. And we need to start paving all that. That truck got really confused. Now that's a traffic jam. Hell yeah. It's always stressful time when trying to get the first city up and running. Yeah, for real. I'm jamming up the border because of all this. Alright. Let's design the explosives factory. So, what do we need? How many workers does this thing take? 75. So 225 workers total. And I want the explosive factory behind walls. Behind walls and fences. We need like the most diesel fence we have. I think the ones that I've been using are pretty damn good. Train gate. No. How do we... There was a way I was getting these to not do that before. How do I get them to not be curvy walls? I don't know what I just changed. Okay. Whatever. Why have you not started construction on the food factory? We're gonna do clothes instead. I started building the roads for the clothes. I got rid of the livestock factory, and we're gonna go close to fabric to do clothing factories and start building the city around that and the explosives. Everything else will come easily after that. I don't know why I was so insistent on teching for food and alcohol right away. Probably because we don't have to deal with the imports. But the thing about that is that food and alcohol prices are super low, clothing prices are super high, so I always ate the cost off importing clothes, which I don't know. I don't know why I would do that. That makes no sense. Last. Are you going to do more workers after NSF? I think so. Yeah, that's the plan. I hate how that's crooked. SpaceX has pushed Starlink tomorrow due to weather. What time is NSF your time? 7 p.m. or Eastern Daylight, drummers, so 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. What do you want? Yeah. Hey. Did you ever play through the tutorials for this game, Salty? No, I just had chat teach me. Yeah, I jumped into the fire, so to speak. Chat is my tutorial. Yep. I like learning that way, dude. It makes for good content, too. So, turns out that my stubborn, annoying way of learning, which is really, really roundabout and backwards and takes 3 times as long as just going and doing the tutorials, people like that. Salty, that way has been working for me for years. Turns out that people like watching me struggle. Mostly joking. Has the NGAD been revealed? NGAD? What does that mean, Jens? What does the explosive factory need? Sixth-gen fighter? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, Rob. Yeah, it works. You guys enjoy it. And it's a mutual thing. You guys enjoy it, and I just happen to like playing the game that way. You know? Alright, so we're gonna need explosives. Or not explosives. We need gravel. Right? Gonna need gravel, wood, and chemicals. That it works right there. How many people can this parking lots hold? I think it's 30 a pop. It is. Hey Blackness, what's going on? And how much does the explosive factory? 75. So we're at 60 right now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nightmare Maker, what's going on? Yeah, the explosive factory takes up to 75 people. We got to take into account maybe people coming in and out, right? Are there footpath entrances on the back of this thing? There is. Oh boy! All right, I got this figured out. Alright, and where are the input connections? Okay. So we're going to need a warehouse. A storage warehouse attached to the back of this thing. Think about this for a second. What you building here? Explosives. Nightmare with a 51. 60 cars. 15 that don't know how, so they take the bus. I'd rather have more parking lot than I need than less. Arpazak, you have a question. I placed a water pump at 95% water quality, but after it was built, it's now dropped to 93. And others' pavement needs 95. I don't understand how to get enough quality. Oh, water treatment, dude. Here, take a look at my setup. I have a well into a pump into a split. I'm trying something new here, Arpazak, so I'm not sure if this is exactly going to work, but some buildings don't require potable water. There's clearly different water qualities. So one of these things is for drinking water, and the other one is just for regular water, potable and non-potable. So that's why I have the line split, because the one of the splits just goes to another pump, which goes right to the water tower. The one that does, the other split doesn't go right to the water tower, it goes to a water treatment plant. And then from outside the water treatment plant, it pumps into the water tower. And I actually think that we're actually good to go here. Now, so if just in case you're wondering, what's all this stuff? That's future proofing. I can double my output if I need to. I designed it to basically be my end all be all of water. And yeah. And then I just started running the pipes for it, and they're building them right now. So everybody can have the drinking water. But yeah, you need a treatment plant. Treatment plant requires workers, and it requires chemicals. You gotta import chemicals. That's expensive, but drinking water is, you kinda need that. Do they work more than one shift? It depends. You need water treatment. Bingo. Okay, so what I was thinking about here with the explosive factory is if we could get at it with a train track. But then the train track would have to cross the highway. Probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, you have to put pumps in between things. Yeah, Arpazak, yeah. Put pumps in between buildings. I actually didn't need a pump here. I noticed that my potable water goes pump to pump, but I wanted to keep everything nice and symmetrical. Yeah, always put pumps in between things. Like between the well and the treatment, you need a pump. And then between treatment and the water tower, you need a pump. You don't need pumps after this, but there's an asterisk to that. Note where my water depot is. It's the highest building in the area. There's no buildings that are higher than it. Right? Nice. The reason why is because the water tower is going to create pressure by itself. As long as I just keep pumping water up into it, into the input, because everything else is downhill, Archimedes' principle, it's going to generate pressure. So you're going to have pressure. Yeah. Put your water depots uphill. There's a reason why water towers are on top of hills. Your city improved considerably after loyalty got to 70%. Yeah. Yeah, if you get to there's gates for happiness. Productivity will go up if they get to a certain happiness. So like if you get to 50, you get a modifier. I think there's one at 60 and probably one at 70 either. I don't know where to check that information though, to be honest with you. Yeah, see, my potable water, I have plenty of water, quality 92. Not bad. So the system is running. But yeah, I'm going to need to start bringing in, ooh, what the hell happened to those? I need that maintenance depot up. Yeah. Alright, well, Let's finish designing this, and then we'll go from there. We need another parking lot. That's where we were at. I don't like that parking lot there. Alright, let's... there's some stuff that we have to design here. There needs to be aggregate storage for gravel. That's looking to go right there. I was thinking about if we could attach this to train tracks, but it doesn't... Yeah, it didn't really want to do that. Why parking lots? Car centricism. One of my goals is to try and build my cities around cars, Sam. I think that having decentralized transportation can help a lot. It helps with workers, it helps, you know, like, so for instance, okay, hear me out. But not the entirety. Like, I'm still probably gonna, I have bus stations, and we'll do that upright, right? But cars are good if you have a bigger city. It's gonna be easier than trams. With decentralized transportation, anyone can get anywhere. I'm not saying we shouldn't do trams and other public transportation on top of that, but this definitely, it'll definitely help. Like, okay, so like, let me put it to you like this. This is gonna start with a bus station. It'll start with a bus. Or just a route that goes from a bus station directly to it, at least initially, right? But, I mean, dude, this doesn't take up some crazy extra space, right? It probably is a good idea to just build it into the design, you know, especially if I want to do car centricism later. We're not going to start with it, but we could do it later. You know, like, it's possible. I don't see why you wouldn't design it into the system right now, you know? I think we should look into trams. Is there multi-story car parks? No, I wish. It's freaking super helpful with what I'm trying to do here, but I don't think so. Now we need the warehouse. I need a warehouse, and we could have the warehouse. We could have one warehouse storing boards and what does it need? Boards, chemicals, and gravel, right? That's what the explosives factory needs. It's in the construction buildings, ironically. Chemicals, just straight wood and gravel. Okay, cool. That doesn't leave me a lot. Yep, can't do that way. Balls. Yeah, we'll just load directly into the gravel. It's fine. Wood cutting for wood, so there's one less import. Is wood that expensive? It's $4 a ton. I don't think we need to do that. Also, parking takes up a lot of space. It really doesn't, dude. I mean, it depends on the factory, but... So, 3 of these parking lots are going to be enough to supply this thing. Because you only need... You don't need... Like, you only need the max amount of workers. For some buildings, yeah. Yeah, but in this particular case, dude, like, you know, you say it takes up space, like... We got plenty of that. Just putting it out there. Is there gravel above the factory? Yeah, but then we'd have to add gravel processing into the pipeline here. That requires more workers. There's actually iron up here, if I'm remembering that right. And either way, we have gravel right there. I mean, we could eventually, maybe violent, we could end up conveyor belting it over here. How far is the distance, just out of curiosity? It's about 1 kilometer. Well, that's part of the reason why I wanted my vehicles to start building this road. No pipeline, aggregate transport belt. Yeah, that's what I meant. What's the, just out of curiosity here, what's the how much gravel can it store? 48 tons of gravel. Consumption is 2.2 tons of gravel a day. We don't need this. We'll belt it in eventually. Yeah, we don't need that. We do need a warehouse for wood and everything, though. Have you thought about using the improved customs mod? No, Gujar. Believe it or not, dude, I like having traffic jams. The reason why I like having traffic jams is because it reminds me that I need to not be dependent on import, at least for a little while, you know what I mean? I'm kind of okay with it being a cluster. The gravel? Huh. nice. This thing's almost got the inner loop finished. Perfect. Excellent. That is going to need labor. All right. Large gravel quarry does not need people. It's not the quarries, Violent. It's the gravel refining depot. Because these don't produce straight gravel. They produce gravel concentrate or whatever. It's not juice. They produce quarried stone. Then you need the processing plant. We gotta set up what I set up in Spaghettov before. I wish I still had that design. Well, I mean, I could go look at it later, but... Alright, so... back to this. I need the warehouse here real quick. We gotta go into storage. That can hold chemicals, and it can... storage. Okay. That's going to be for wood, and now we need a regular warehouse. That one has trains. I don't want trains. I just want a regular warehouse. How much does that hold? 58 tons of chemicals. How much does the explosive factory hold? 10 tons. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're going to need a small warehouse. We don't need a big one, just a small one for now. I've never done explosives before, but it seems pretty good. Low input costs, high output. Yeah. Stig Robert actually suggested it, and then we looked at the prices, and I was like, yep. Okay. All right. You might be onto something there, pal. Yeah, that's too close. Ready to roll out. Dude, it's ingrained. Alright, so let's go back over into fence work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cool. Hey, Sun Temple, 33 months. How many workers does it need? It does not need a lot, dude. 75. It's not a lot. It's really not a lot. Bus route plus cars we will be easily able to get this going. Oh yeah, shouldn't be too bad. Just gotta change one thing here. Don't like that. They could just walk in the entrance right there. It's not a big deal. Alright. Now, guess what's going over here? Cars? No. We're already past that, dude. Man, I just took the time to make that thing look nice, but I have a better way of doing this. There you go. There's your factory. Yeah. Good. Excellent. That's going to look really cool when it's done. All right. That's good. Save what we got. Let's tee it up. Oh. Ship 29 on test stand B, I think. Is it B? Do we call it test stand B anymore? There's no test stand A. That's a parking lot. It fits perfectly. You're about to. Oh. That's nuts, man. Dude, look. Just. Did ship 26 always have all those stringers on it, or is, like, what's... It looks like an external tank. The test stand. You know it's a test stand because it's called the test stand. I can't believe that. And they added the stringers later. Bro, it looks like an external tank. This place is nuts, dude. I just... You can see, okay, yeah, I see where this picture's taken from. That's Remedios right there. Highway 4's right there. Dude, crazy. Absolutely nuts. Last, may I interest you in one small mod? Please take a look. Perpendicular parking. Oh, that's kind of cool. I want to really learn how the parking lots work before I go and add other parking lots, dude. So, yeah, just bear with me. That's a cool mod, though. You want that as a COD map? Now, does this need any plumbing or anything? I have a plumbing depot right here. We're in range. Are we in range of the electrical? Absolutely. Perfect. Good. This might be the last round of testing on Pad B. Phil, they're building out that monster at Sanchez, dude. I've seen people do like renders of it. Oh my goodness. I don't hate it. I didn't like that road being curved there. I'm sorry. Weird. Sweet. Bus station. Yeah, bus station is in walking range of the other parking lots. That's cool. Yeah. Let's see. What's RGB showing off there? Oh, yeah. That chunky freaking thing right there. Whatever that is. I think that's gonna go over the flame bucket, right? If I saw that correctly. Yeah, that's the theory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on. Okay, so the explosives factory complex is good to go. I left that road here just in case. I'm not I forget why I put that there. It was there because I was going to build a construction depot here, but screw that. We don't need that. Just looks cool, I guess. Yeah, NTR, I've seen that. Dude, I don't... Nope. Nope. I don't know what's going on there, and I'm too afraid to ask, bro. Oh, the one thing I didn't do is build in provisions for a belt. Yeah, whatever. We can just truck the gravel in. It's not a big deal. It's not Space News, Make. Yeah, NTR, I mean, that's... It's sad, man. But hey. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, you know. Alright, cool. Now that's ready to go. I'm going to hit the save button. We're saved out. Good, good. This depot, we can dump that one. Now we have to... Okay, cool. They're working on the roads there. That's good. But expansion and future-proofing, though? I could move the parking lot over here. Hang on, let's see. I mean, it's not gonna take. It's only gonna take 2 seconds to check. And it'd be better to do it now. I think we can get away with it. I like doing this manually. I don't want to shift select things and break something.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So the building takes 75, right? And I have two 30-person parking lots on the other side. And I had another 30-person one here, right? That's good for 90. We could use this one, right? That 28, 30, and 30, you're good for 88. That's fine. Hey, Likes, what's going on? Hey, Likes, this might seem like a stupid question. I got one for you, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to answer it. When people are building, like, I mean, it's a little abstract, but, you know, when, like, they're building, like, shopping malls or a shopping center or a mini mall or something, the parking lot size has to be taken into account, right? Like, there must be some calculation for, like, theoretical maximum amount of capacity, like, for people for the mall, and they must compound, like, parking lot size based off of that, right? Like, we're gonna direct it. Yeah, Monkey, yeah, we'll go direct to the factory. It has to be done that way. I'll go back to the curvy design now, because I got a curve over there. Looks good. Most cities have parking space minimums written into law. Oh. I know, like, there needs to be egress, like, there needs to be a certain amount of exits within certain distances of each other because of fire hazards, and they need to have certain types of doors. So, like, I know if you have a revolving door, you need to also have regular doors, and those doors need a certain throughput. That's why if you walk into a mall, fellas, there's like 6 doors next to each other. It's to be able to handle throughput in case people need to run away from a fire. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I figured there probably is. There's no way we haven't thought about that. We're finding that those minimums are generally oversized, so there may be a thing of the past soon. Can you imagine trying to figure something like that in real life? Like, okay. gotta change this around one more time. Unless there's some way I can get a conveyor belt to go over this, over the wall. I don't know if we can. Like I said, it might seem like I'm getting hung up on this, but it's important to get this right. But yeah, there's usually a certain number of spaces per 1,000 square feet retail. And I would imagine that it'd probably be better to overestimate that, right? Like, you know, there's probably some kind of compounded figure there, right? There has to be. Like, why? That would be, that would be something you really don't want to get wrong. Right? Like, Genesis, you just blew up a soda can all over your living room. Oh, okay. How's that working for you? That design isn't working. I'm working on an explosives factory now, fellas, if you're wondering. If you weren't, well, hi. How are you? How's your Friday?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dodo, tier 2 100, 99 to 100 in one day. Dude, I just saw that. Like, wait, you had a 90, you know what? Whatever. 99 Luftballons. Okay? Whatever. It's fine. Let's just, we won't ask questions. I don't like putting those two intersections next to each other. Just a little bit more fiddling with this and we got it right. That doesn't look right. We could tee off. You know what? I can't remember why this is here, and I just decided just now. Breaking news. I just decided I don't want that anymore. Good news. We successfully performed helicopter on a grape. Why did I just... Nope. There. Okay, just got a little bit of an update to this design here. And what we're gonna do is get me another one of these big boys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then get me a gravel road that goes this way. Make a road there like that, attach that like that, get the bus depot. Come on. Come on. Tybot, 98 months. Additional supply depots required. Must construct additional wombats. I long for wombat. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Alright, so now we need a road. Last thing we need is just a little road right here. That one, you know what? We're just leaving that one as dirt for now. That is future-proofing. And I left the space open for the belt. There we go. That design is finished. That's my explosives factory. Save it. My spy has found our main enemy. Shark cards. Nice. Oh. Farms are planted up. That's good. How's the city coming? Good. How did that thing get done, but not anything else? Whatever. It's fine. I absolutely keep hitting the wrong button. That's the one I'm looking for. Idiot. We're we're gonna need labor for those 2 roads. Disconnect that now, so in case I gotta build this. Giving them a workplace or a place to wait like a bus stop? I have that. Yep. Oh, okay, Wywalk, you're answering Ludicrious. Once you utilize the labor, if you utilize the labor because it's communism, then the work is your currency. At least that's the idea. What you build is your, like what you make is your payment. That's it. So like if you do work for the state, you get paid for the state and they provide everything for you. Instead of having a market value to your labor. You do more work, you get paid more. Or you get a bigger stipend check, I guess would be the right way to say it. Whether that's a good idea or not, I'm pretty sure it's not, but whatever. So in that regard, right, as soon as I utilize the labor, now I need to provide for these people. You can provide stuff for them from a city, that's not activated. This city is not activated right now. But I am giving them electricity, and they should have drinking water. I don't know why they would. Oh, they don't have drinking water because I don't have anybody on the water treatment facility. I tell you what, let's just make a line for it. This is we'll have it come in on NATO. And we're also going to need to bring them chemicals. I played part of your stream of the SpaceX launch live yesterday in my control systems class to show, in my mind, the ultimate application of controls. It was right when the first stage was landing. The class liked it. Thanks for all you do. Did I provide any meaningful commentary, Slow, or was I just like, ooh, you know? Because there's technical commentary, EJ, and then there's I can't believe what I'm seeing, EJ. It was a mix of both. Okay, I'll take it. All right, whatever. Yeah, I'll take that. That's fine. Hey, I love all your hats. Always different. Try to make it different every time. Catty. Yep.
Discovery, go at
Twice
throttle
a
up.
gift to the sub to Slogiz. Well, hey, I mean, dude, we saw some. I mean, for a control system from that launch yesterday, especially the landing. The landing was just impressive, dude. Here. Like here, real quick. No, it was a little bit further. Let's go to the whole cast.
Launched it.
Back it up a little bit. So, Slogus, if we're talking controls, I don't know if you noticed. Falcon 9's grid fins, Prime, they I don't know if they self-bleed. They probably don't. But the whatever they're using for a pressure regulator turns on right before the entry burn. You could see the grid fins lock into position. It's as if it's doing a vector controller checkout. I don't know if you see it. Watch the grid fins from a control standpoint. Ready? They'll see them lock in. Isn't that cool? Twitter video. So bad, dude. Please. It's makes it so damn difficult. It was awesome. I never get tired of watching this.
Canaveral Coast.
You can see that the gimbal's doing most of the vector control work right there. Because when you get below a certain speed, the grid fins ain't going to do anything. You're going too slow for them to be able to aerodynamically move the air. Like in this shot, right? You could see the grid fins turning. Right? And then they eventually, when the landing legs deploy, they just lock back into place. See? They stop. Because right now, there's not enough air going over that. There's no need for them. They're not going to do anything anyway. Right? And now it's just, now you're landing on straight gimbal action right there. That's straight thrust vector control. So bad! Oh my god! Pretty cool, huh? You know, well, hey, thanks for showing off the stream, dude. I
Discovery,
appreciate
go
it.
and throttle up.
Hey, Arsenal, 83 months, balancing a broomstick on a grapefruit. Yep. So if we're gonna build out the explosives factory, I should probably build the drainage. We should probably get drainage and plumbing going all the way down here. It's gonna need it. So Force, I still contend to say that with the right intake, with the right cowl, a toroidal wing would absolutely work. That would absolutely work in real life. The wing would need to be a very weird shape. It would need to look like if this is your booster right here, right? Say this is your booster with all the rocket engines, right? Right? Obviously, your center of mass would be right here. What the wing would need to look like is something like this. Hang on. Right? It would need to look like that, because you would like, so like if we were looking at this thing from the side, right? It would look like this. We would need to look like that, because when the first stage is flying downwards, right? Most of the air is coming at it from this way. If you have some type of actuation back here, like grid fins or something, the actuation is coming from here, so those are trying to steer, so your laminar flow is going to come that way. So it would have to be tilted down. It would need to look like a turbofan cowl, a bypass turbofan cowl. That's what it would need to look like. You would need to have like a sharp edge on it or something, or else it's not going to. You're not going to. If it was like this, right, the air would just go up and then it wouldn't generate enough lift. Just a thought, how much fuel is left in the rocket when it lands? You never want to dry fire it, Uger, so there's a good bit of it left. You never want to run out of fuel. That breaks rocket engines. Even if you like land, and right when you land, right when the engine's shutting off, you run out of fuel. Once again, you don't want to asphyxiate a rocket engine. It's a bad idea. The gravel path done? It is. Excellent. Combines are going out. All right. Now here's the real question, dudes. Do we want to build the explosives factory now? Let's think about this for a second. Do we want to build the explosive factory? We could do that. We could build it now, and then we could have it work off distribution, a distribution office and imported labor. Right? Or do we want to build the city out first? No, you don't want to build the city out first because then there's going to be no place for people to live. What would make you money now? The first one. I would say it's less than 5%, huge. I'd probably like to say a 2 to 3% margin. Wet mass is at a premium with these things, with rockets. I'd say now. Yeah. See, the commodities trading experiment went well. It's a lone gaw. I'm good, but I'm not that good. You need to kind of wait until a little bit later in the game to get this done right. All right, we'll go for this now. Yeah, I took a loan. I worked myself into a corner, guys. There's not much I could have done. Selling crops. Selling crops was a good idea, of course. It did get me money. We did make money back. The problem with it is that I have the right amount of storage. I don't have the right amount of farms. Like, and when I say farms, I mean that. I can't collect all the grain fast enough. Our yield, the yield, like we leave a lot on the table, which really sucks, but yeah, I cut it. I did. I took a loan. I'm not happy about it, but we did. What are you gonna do? But yeah, I can't. Our yields are right. Like, actually, it's a little bit under what I originally predicted. But hang on. It's a little bit under what I originally predicted, but it does. We don't need that. Yeah, that's for another day. Yeah, the raptor exploded. We saw that, and then there's the B-roll footage. Yeah, I can't harvest all the crops fast enough. Yeah, sucks. Even if I did harvest all the crops enough, it would have taken a long time to break even. But yeah, we did make money off of the crops. It's just not as much as I want. We're switching up the meta a little bit. We're going with explosives now. That's what we'll build. I gotta shift this highway a little bit too. I gotta work on that corner for other reasons. Can you share that picture of Starship? That one was right off of SpaceX's Twitter, dude. Yeah, it was their post. It was their newest post on there. Nah, I started as a farmer. That wasn't for me, so I craft explosives now. That's much too steep. I don't like it at all. Hey, you gotta diversify, man. Alright. Say it wasn't you. Alright. Wasn't me. What I'm doing is building another right-of-way down here for the gravel. I don't want my gravel trucks potentially interfering with farm vehicles. That's so the trucks don't drive down the highway that I'm trying to redo. Just leave that there. Alright, yeah, once again, I'm having them pave all these roads. That's the first key to getting this done right. So, get rid of that, get rid of that. I just need to put that break in there for a second so they can fix this, so they can finish that road that I'm trying to pave. Question, no more KSP stream. What do you mean, Sendel? No, have I stopped playing KSP? No, I'm just on a binge with this game right now because I'm enjoying this. It's not that I don't enjoy KSP, but I've played KSP for a long time, dude. It's fun to play other things every once in a while, you know? With that being said, I do enjoy playing KSP 1. We should go play more of it, and we probably will next week. Why did it? Damn it. When I was deleting the roads, I accidentally deleted those. Now I gotta make them again. Yeah, we'll play more KSP later. But don't worry, like, space stuff isn't going anywhere. Like, we're still doing space news and a bunch of, like NSF Live tonight. Big space news, still covering launches. That's not going anywhere, and it never will. That's just an incredible amount of fun. Chat, stream health check. Stream health check. Question. Good health. Alright, cool. We got a checking question. Just want to make sure chat didn't time. Nobody said nothing for a little bit, but that's okay. It's all good. I hope you guys are enjoying your Fridays. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to not do that. Put in provisions to put a new rail line here. New rail line and highway. We're not gonna make them. I'm probably not even gonna connect it. Well, we can connect it just to be sure, but I don't like the grooves in the line. I just did that so I can establish the right of way. I hate it when it does that. Yeah, see, this is what we'll eventually do. Make a nice rail line going that way. Yeah, one that's a little more straight than this wobbly mess. Any updates on why Starship did not make it through re-entry? It flipped over this way, not this way. So it was coming in, and then it basically flipped backwards because it had no stabilization control. And yeah, that's it. That's all. That's what happened. I'm gonna need to mess with the terrain more before we do something like that, so I'm just gonna get rid of it for now. Because I don't know what, I mean, maybe we don't need a rail depot there. I put a rail depot there, but there's another one right there, so this is prime real estate here, but either way. Bummed that didn't pave that. That's an awfully sharp turn. All right, here, let's yeah, I'm gonna shift this over so that's not such a crazy freaking turn. I don't like sharp turns on highways. It's not something that you probably don't necessarily need to worry about it in this game. In fact, I'm pretty dang sure you don't, but yeah, sharp corners are how people get killed in highwayness, if that makes any sense. Especially when you have differential radius over the course of the corner. That's real. Yeah, that's how people die. In racing, that's known as a reducing or increasing radius, right? For racing, that's a really good corner because they're super challenging. Formula One tracks are notorious for that. But if a Formula One driver crashes, that's one thing. If, grandma crashes going down the street, well, you got a little bit of an issue there. I might need to screw with the railroad tracks just a little bit here because I shifted the road around. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so let me go into here. Place a waypoint, split the segments, and we'll make that corner start a little bit earlier. Cool. Yeah, just leave it. We got a really nasty one up a ridge. Yep. Dude, I hate reducing radius corners. They're so difficult to get right. But when you do get it right, oh, it's the best feeling in the world. But, yeah. Most of the time you don't. Alright, once again, we're not building that track, but I know that I wanted to have a extra right of way here for railroad tracks because I hate that this track goes down this hill and then goes back up it right there. It's quite annoying. So eventually I'll probably redo that Y in the future, but not right now. Okay, now we're going to tell that and that to go. Reassign those to the construction depots. Let them do their thing. Water depot is set up and ready to go. That's good. So what I'm doing here is working on the explosives depot. We're gonna try to get all the roads paved and set up before we get going. I had it paused for a second. Yeah, these are going to curve and they're going to cross right here. Or another thing that I could do is just connect this right back in where it comes flat and we could save that bridge. I actually don't mind that idea. So yeah, what I'm doing is I'm just waiting on the I'm waiting on the roads to get finished so we can start getting going here. What are we crossing there? Hey, Kira. The 17-year-old that won the Rolex 24 is top of the charts in truck practice in Coda. Is that, what's that guy's name? The Swift? No. Forget the dude's name. Let's see if we can make that better. How goes the city? It's good. We decided to pivot a little bit, Kira. I'm just working on some provisions for future-proofing train tracks here. Okay. I decided to pivot and work on clothing and explosives. And speaking of that, we need to tell them to make that, make that, make that, make that. And then we need to tell them to make that, and that, and that. Don't make the bus station. I had a bad experience. Okay, good. Yeah, so we're gonna do fabric and clothing and then explosives here instead of food right off the bat. we're still gonna need the crops, so I had to take out a loan. I worked myself into a corner because I suck. Yeah, the city up here, I've made some changes to the roads. I started making this highway right here. We have to change the roundabout entrance so it goes to the highway. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes because we decided to pivot. We pivoted. Just connect that there for now. So yeah, I've been making upgrades to the city because with the loan money I decided we need to upgrade the city. Like, it needs to be... It has to be good to go. That needs to be ready. But for the meantime, in the meantime, we can build out the factories with the cash that we have, and then we could work off imported labor for a little while and make money that way. Yeah, we needed to produce munitions. Did you figure out the heating issue, Kira? That city folded. Couldn't figure it out. The city collapsed before I could figure out what was going on. My guess is that maybe a vehicle broke or something, or or there was no labor or something. I don't know. This is the same map, but I'm on the other side. Where Nyakigrad was over here. Like way over here. That's where it was. That's where my highway and the bridges were, right here. And then the NATO highway came down there like that, right? Yeah, it all was there, but that map folded. The heating plant that I had right there didn't work. Everybody ended up leaving. I basically Band-Aid fixed the problem, and the Band-Aid didn't stop the bleeding, so to speak. Yeah, so I started over. This is Chernoblyat, the Chernoblyat Republic. I'm doing farms again, but this time I have a lot more space to do farms. But yeah, we're pivoting to explosives because I don't have food production up just yet. How many vehicles do we have idle, speaking of that? Good. Here's what we're doing. Get that factory up. We need 160 tons of concrete and then 900 tons of concrete, so start getting it going. Over here, we're starting to, I redid this, we're starting to get the fabric factory up. The other thing is we need to get drainage going down here too. I need to extend the drainage in the water down here, especially for clothes. Kid won pole in the truck race and was faster than the Cup Series lap record. Yeah, man. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. Looks like we got a good harvest going here. And I'm gonna get gravel going up here too, eventually. Do we need more tractors to handle the harvest? Combines I have enough combine. Well, we could put more combis in there, I suppose. What I've been doing is alternating them out. But I don't even have enough trucks to handle all these fields, dudes. Yeah. How about a second farm building? That's probably what we're going to have to do. The best solution from what I can surmise from what chat is telling me is have this full of tractors and combines and then use distribution offices, like a gigantic distro with like 300 trucks in it or something, and use distros for the crops, because apparently with the distribution offices don't work if these trucks are in the farm. The Zerglin, Lester. Smaller type of Zerg. I don't know. Oh, shoot. All right. Another thing we need to do is we need to start figuring out parking lots and personnel for this. So the fabric factory, you know, if we're going to end up going with cars, we need 300, there are no 100 spots. Okay. Uh-oh. Huh. Huh. And then for the clothing factories? $260 parking spaces, if we wanted these working. Thought you were missing cars and buses this time. I am. But might as well design it in. Why wouldn't we? That's why I left this gap here. I wanted to put parking lots all up in here. That's why I left all this space. Time to save the game, I guess. All right. Okay. Good, good. You know what's weird? You overcome something that's really difficult to do in this game, and then in your mind, for whatever reason, you're like, oh yeah, that's really easy. I'll be able to do that again. Nope. Like, we built Spaghetzov, right? I built out a nice city. It was a really good working city. Like, with all the nice flats and everything, it was great. And then for some reason, I thought I could just recreate that. Like, nope. No. Let's get... Actually, you know what? Suspend that. We don't even have potable water up here yet. Cool. Good. Yeah, it's like, you know, you think you got this all figured out, and then... No. All right. We're doing good here. Mama, you think you got it figured? You wrong. It's true. You know what? Don't do that. I was gonna say, continue the construction on this stuff. The truth of the matter is, I do not need any of this right now. We have the loop. The loop is working. I still got the shovels. That road is left over from when we wanted to put livestock here, but we'll do that somewhere else. So now we have all this space for activities. I wanted to put the explosives factory here, but it's too close to the city. We really can't put much in here. We could put stockpiles in here. It's actually not a bad idea. Is there a racetrack in the loop? Maybe. Gravel was cheap. What do you want? This is fine. Blink, blink, blink. Oh, man. No problem. Just rush hour. Advanced phasing technology. Yep, very nice. seems like some of my trucks, instead of using that gas station for fuel, they're trying to pop in over here. Those are railroad labor buses. You can tell because they're just gray. They don't have a stripe. Stripe is a construction labor bus, or an orange stripe. So, just leave it. $50 million? What do you think you got, Chelsea Clinton? Chelsea Grimmer? $50 million. Sorry. $14.19. Okay, get the crop train up. Put yellow boxcar in there. Oh no, 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 no. The show that screwed up how basic rocket launches work. According to them, Atlas is an SSTO. What? Did I miss? What did I miss, Captain? We decided we wanted to set up explosives and clothing early game instead of food. So I kind of pivoted. We made some slight changes here and there. There's a traffic jam. I took out a loan. Not happy about it, but what are you gonna do? Explosive clothing, yeah. No. Wait, we don't want that. Yeah, pretty much, MJ, yeah. They show the Atlas V in a 551 configuration, and it has no Centaur. Core stage has the payload on it. What? What show? What show are you talking about? You said that show. I don't know what that means. Explosives, comma, and clothes. Not explosive clothes. Not, no. Three-body problem. Oh. Isn't this the show that you were telling me that was good like a second ago? How much of the 1.4 million is loan? 1.35 million of it. This is SC2, yeah. That sucks. It must register that fuel depot. It is. It's that fuel depot's closer than that fuel depot. Dang. Is he out of fuel? No, no, no. I got plenty of that. It's just the crop trucks. There's just way more traffic here than normal. And that Mercedes is in the back of that cement racer. It's just the labor for firemen. I'm sure that's fine. I might want to put distro on the farm so they just have fuel there so they don't do this. In fact, that is what I'm going to do. Pause it for a second. And go here. Fuel. This is not doing me any favors. Okay, now we can get to stepping here with this. Yeah, that'll work. I'm gonna have this go too wide out of here. And then that road, I'm not sure. There we go. That'll do. Pig. That'll do, pig. Cool. Excellent. The guy with the Neuralink tweeted with just his mind, Twitter banned me because they thought I was a bot. That's awesome, dude. They reinstated because, well, it makes sense. Good. Good. Everything's looking real good here. All right. Cool. How are we doing on the roads? Okay, one of the roads is finished. We need to go there. And then I need to make sure that the labor depots are on there as well. Grain train. Take this grain out of this farm. Grain train. Oh, take these crops out of this farm. Down. This is very confusing, but it's fun to watch. Ask questions, Kira. Believe me, I'm confused too. This game's tough. It's really hard to keep track of. It makes me sing. I don't sing. You know what I mean? There we go. Yeah, housing will be over here and stuff. More housing. Shut up, Dread. Don't tell him about that. Why would you say that? How can you say that? Good. Oh, what, the combine harvesters too? Ugh! You really suck. Maybe time for a worker audit. It is. We'll do one at the end of the year, Decoy. Just remind me. This. Bro. Just take the other road. There's another way. Thank you. I know there's a traffic jam, you dingleberry. Well, no, I told the distro depot to put fuel on this, so it will solve itself. I told fuel distribution to start bringing fuel directly to the farm because it has electricity. That's why it was like this in the first place. That should fix the problem. In fact, yeah, there you go. All right, cool. That's why this is taking a second to get done, because all my construction vehicles are stuck. It's gridlock. It'll fix eventually. It's City Skyline 2 with your trunk road problem. Please, just one more lane, bro. Just one more lane, please. Actually, all the trucks getting stuck is gonna screw with my yields, aren't it? Yeah, isn't it? It is. This is fine. I got a new vehicle unlocked. Just thought I'd let you know. And the combine's getting stuck. Oh, I'm so screwed. Oh boy. Dude, turn left. Just go. What do you mean? Bro, I hate people like this. I don't know if it's clear. It's clear. Just go. No, I don't know. Just put your foot on the floor, you fucking sassy fucking mother. Dude, turn. Just turn. No time for Christian motoring. Go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Spartan, 51 months. Thank you. Video games are fun. Is he still there? Oh, look, you finally did it. Good for you. Suckbag. Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration. Oh, yeah, we need to bring. Yep. Yeah, we had to bring it back. Breathe. I'm fine. I'm fine. Ish. Here, I'm good. I'm good. Everything is under control. You should have a heavy bag, dude. I want to hang a punching bag in the garage. Absolutely. That would be really good. Belly. Turn this way so you don't see that. At least, the tunage is great, man.
Discovery,
Hey,
go at
Sudi.
throttle up.
What's up, dude? Thanks for the 50. 53, I should say, actually. How you doing? We need lots of structural support for a bag. The garage is made out of a galvanized steel frame, Alzer. You think that's not enough? I'm actually asking. This is about the right, dude. You know what? It might be some Pavlov stuff with the StarCraft. You know, because StarCraft used to really piss me off. So maybe that might have something to do with why I'm anxious about this. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, that's probably what's going on. Yeah, you guys, like, as much as I like hitting the bag and stuff, it's honestly, I like, you know, throw something at the wall, you break something because you're pissed off. That always makes me feel worse. I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys. Always makes me feel worse. Pretty much like every time. Oh, that sucks. Like, maybe if it's a punching bag, it's a little different, but yeah. Breaking stuff, that's good, I guess. You know, like I said, you're hitting the bag, that's kind of cool, but yeah. I saw a study saying violent outlets make violent feelings stronger and deeper. Depends on what you're doing. Like I said, that's what I mean. If you're hitting the bag, I don't think that's that big of a deal. The helicopter up? Or did it burn again? No, Big Dog is still there. I think I gotta audit my construction, dudes. We have to audit stuff. Because, well, I mean, actually, now that the crops are doing their thing, hey, we actually harvested all of that damn field. Same with that one. And that one. Wait. How did they get all of them? They got all of them because the combines were stuck. The combines got stuck in the traffic and... oh, that was the worst time for that to happen. That money anyway, right? Yeah, no, it's not like I'm strapped for cash or anything. You know, and how you shouldn't just frivolously spend loan money. It's fine. It's fine. You see a bunch of trucks moving back. Check them. What do you mean? Moving back where? You need so many trucks for crops. What if next time you import crops and make food to sell for profit? That might be a good idea. I thought this would be a good solution because you don't need any workers. But if I had teched crops right instead of export, if we'd tech crops right to close, probably would have been a better solution. Chat did tell me to do that, but I didn't. I wanted to see if crop export would work, and it did make me money. It did, because I didn't need to take that loan. I really didn't. We were profitable. It's just, if we were going to build up money in any way, shape, or form to make it so I wasn't just sitting here watching the playthrough, like watching the years go by without building anything, we needed to take a loan to get stuff done. It's better to do it now. Like, once you get into the 70s, you really don't want to take loans. Believe me. Because that's when inflation kills you. Inflation, prices of stuff goes up, it'll kill you. But, you know, when stuff is cheap, that's when you want to take loans. This somewhat applies to real life as well. When stuff is inexpensive, because debt is a hedge against inflation. So, if you know inflation in some way, shape, or form is coming, taking out a loan is not the worst thing because, you know, you pay, I mean, it really depends on rates, for real, but it's not the worst idea. Like, don't go into debt just because you can, right? Like, this, you know, not financial advice, but just really talking about the game. It somewhat applies to real life, but not really. Hey SDX, what's up, man? Yeah, exactly, Poison. There you go. Yeah, if you get a loan for $1,000, buy goods worth $1,000, have 5% interest rate, inflation over the next year is 10%, you just made a profit. Yeah, like Poison, my mortgage. Bree and I locked in a rate like in 2022, right before they jacked the rates through the roof. And before like we peaked in inflation. So yeah, that wasn't, like 2020 wasn't the worst time to buy a house. You know, into 2021 and 2022. Now coming off the pandemic, yeah, it's probably not a good idea, but yeah, we probably are gonna end up making money off of the mortgage because yeah, inflation ain't going anywhere, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think we locked in right before they jacked the rates in summer 22. So I think we're locked in at like 4.5 or something. Not bad. Not if we had bought in 2019, we didn't have enough for a down payment, or else we would have. If we had bought in 2019, there was like 2% interest rates, dude. Can you imagine? Dude, someone made bank during the pandemic, like bank. Like somebody became a millionaire from that from just the inflation happening. Can you believe that? Your friends locked in at 1%. I'm not mad. Nope. Yeah, no, we're not pissed, right? CW refinanced during COVID. Yep. Yeah, it was interesting. Dude, I always think messing around with money like that is cool. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't be an idiot. When it comes to this stuff, you could end up having nothing. Like, really fast if you don't know what you're doing. In-game, and in real life. Germany was 1.15% before 2020. Nice, Wisp. $2.87 Smurfs, not bad. In New Zealand, though, the longest you can lock a rate in is for 5 years. What? How is that fair? Who thought that was a good idea, Smirks? Are you kidding me? Like, how is that not robbing people? You're straight up robbing people. Really, Arpazak? Huh. Canada's the same as well? What are you guys doing? What the? Why would you? You know what? I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm just gonna say it's probably one of those things that's like that for a reason that I probably don't understand. It probably makes sense when explained, and we'll just leave it at that. Ignifoy, jeez, dude. Guess which country a lot of wealthy property investors live in. Geographically safe from war. Lovely nature. Yeah. Average income is $80K a year. A house in Auckland goes on average for $1 million. Dude, that sounds like Boston. There's a reason I live out in the sticks, dude. I mean, I wanted to move to a rural area, but that's what I usually tell people. The truth of the matter is that I really didn't have a choice. I couldn't move into my hometown. No way. Not a chance. Nope. Priced out of that market. Priced out of that market when I was like in high school. I had no chance of buying anything there. So yeah, I kind of empathize, dude. New Satisfactory Dev video came out. Yep, 1.0 is on the horizon, dude. I'm ready. I am freaking ready, dude. Let's go. No rep. Jeez. We pay about $1,000 a square foot in Vancouver. Yeah, Norath, we talked about that. You don't. I said move to Berta, and you said no. I remember that. I was like, move to Berta, and you're like, please, no. Oh, boy. Violent. This is gross, dude. Can we, like, not be like that? Please? We don't have access to a roller? Oh, there we go. Just dispatched. Did you send workers to the small road parts? I did. I think we need a labor construction depot. Let's see what the backlog is here. Oh, frick. Yeah, okay. They'll get to it. Yeah, Norath, I know what it is, dude. You made me break and start a full hard mode realistic so I can work out a good build order. Yeah, my bad. I'm not sorry. I don't know, dudes. Oh, bros. $15 tons of steel in 1964 is worth $5,400 and $5,800. Wait, where are they taking that? Oh, grain silo. Yep. you in line for the total eclipse? I'm close, dude, but no. I get partial. Are there one-way bridges? No, no one-way bridges. Sorry that happened to you. Yeah, Robert, I was just messing with it. I was seeing if we could make a Michigan loop here, but we don't need to do that. I think we're alright. Hey, we went green. Nice. That's almost enough to cover the loan, too, which is actually pretty cool. What about up here? How we doing? We unlocked the sky crane. Flowers and color cartridges are going to be removed in Satisfactory 1.0 according to the new dev video. And the biomass burner is getting an input. Oh, thank God, dude. Took him freaking long enough. Hey, we unlocked the Mill 10. So I added 2 more labor depots. These are just because I think we need more than just the buses. We need more labor to get all this done. We have plenty of construction equipment. That's fine. Yeah, Violent, I'm with you on that one. I value my privacy. You know what I mean? Let's just go full ham. These trucks are $1,300. That's actually, yeah, that's about right for 1964. $1,300 for an automobile. It's actually a little bit cheap. That's on the cheaper side. Usually, by the mid '60s, cars are like $2,500 a pop. Like if you wanted a Cadillac or something, $3,000. Like that's a lot of money. 3 G's is in 1965. That's might as well be like $30,000 now. Train's coming back. Let me look at crop export, dude, just to see. Like, let's go here, exports. Yeah, not bad. $56 G's. Nice. Yeah, I know what you mean. Even adjusted for inflation, I think cars are still more expensive. You know why? Because nowadays they just they have more things. Cars have more things in them than they did 50 years ago. Like way more things. Like airbags, for instance. You know, they have way more things, but some of those things you probably, you know, probably want those. I don't know why these fields never get sown. Probably because they don't have time. Or are they even assigned? Whoops. Whoops. Well, that explains that. You saw nothing. Bill 10. I love how the Russian solution to building a you know, a sky crane style helicopter is to just take a helicopter and make the landing gear extremely long. I mean, personally, I think just, you know, taking the passenger spot of the helicopter away and then giving it long landing gear is probably a better idea. It looks like the whirly-bird version of Frank in Satisfactory. It does. It absolutely does. Why do this way? Just get rid of this part. You don't need to move people and cargo. Like, perfect transporter for your mom. Okay. You want to carry more passengers? Just move, carry some passenger helos around. Obviously. That's a sky crane moving a Huey and a Huey Cobra. That's a good picture. Look at that one is a ski boy. That one likes to go skiing. Yeah, it might be two Hueys. Probably is. Equation for a cambered 4-digit NACA aerofoil. Plot of an NACA 2412 foil. The camber line is shown as red, and the thing is shown in purple. Math. We're gonna learn something new today. It's called math. Without it, none of us would exist. Yeah, I saw it. It had tanks on it. Yeah, that one has tanks too, but the tank looks like a life raft. Right. Yep, that's a shape. No! No, please, not the map! Oh, we're just back to this again, even though I feel... Why are the cement mixers so stupid? They created the airfoil designs by graphing specific formulas? Yeah. This is the equation. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. This is the equation for... I forget, hold on. Simplest airfoil designs are NACA 4-digit foils, which use the same formula as that used to generate 00XX symmetrical foils. But with the line of mean camber bent, the formula used to calculate mean camber is this. Yeah, that's not just for 2140 or 2412 airfoils. That's for cambered 4-digit airfoils. That's the equation to figure out different airfoils. You can that's not just one per wing, you know what I mean? That's what I thought. Yeah, I just forgot. Yep. Yeah, you can use math to figure all this stuff out by using circles and stuff. Yep. Pretty much, Hellfish, yeah. We have the Bardotka, class 79. Can one of these roads get finished so we can get into the depot and start building it? No? It's these little babby roads that are so freaking annoying. How's the silo coming along? Just needs concrete. Today I learned things. Yeah, no problem, dude. No problem. Always we'll talk about space stuff up in here. They getting most of it? Yeah, it looks like we'll get 8 fields, which is good, and maybe a little bit there, but no, not 8. 16 fields. I was thinking 8 on either side. Hey, we're in the green. Grain train. Nice. Nicer gas station. Yeah, you know, that might not be the worst. Might not be the worst thing you've suggested. You know, like, yeah. The fact that traffic has to cross, get to the gas station, turn around, and go, big problem. So let's go in here. Let's see. What type of gas stations do we have? Something about that being on the highway doesn't jive right for me. I'll find a better way. Like, you don't see gas stations attached to the highway, so maybe. You do in Europe. Sneaky, what do you think I'm going to say to that? Like, I know you know what I'm going to say. I'm just curious what you think I'm going to say. What do you think you do in Australia? Yeah, on highways, I mean, there's rest areas that have gas stations attached, right? But for the most part, dude, you have to get off the highway and it'd be on a main road and you just go to the gas station there. Maybe break a bridge and a highway underneath it. Yeah, if I just put the gas station over here, that should fix most of the problems in fire. In fact, you know what? There. There. Supply gas over there. Yeah, sometimes there's gas in the median. Yeah. Seriously, most of the rest stops along highways are gas stations. Yeah. I mean, I understand like a rest stop, but you don't see just like a gas station attached to a major highway. Really, I mean, at least I don't. I mean, I'm sure that's a thing somewhere. Don't fill that thing up with fuel. Just don't. Go fill that one up with fuel. Why is it always the damn cement mixers, man? Every time. It's always the cement mixers. Yep, turn around. Don't fill it up. Just go. Go somewhere else. Go away. Yeah, EVA, that's kind of what I'm implying, yeah. But EVA, you know, I've driven from one side of this country to the other, seen a lot of strange things, but you'll never convince me that there is one all-powerful rest stop and gas station that controls everything. There is. It's called Buc-ee's. It's all real. All of it. That worked. That worked. That worked. You liked the crossover. It was pretty good. Don't lie. Two out of 10. Bro, 2 out of 10. Get out of here. I've never seen so many jerky flavors in my life. Isn't it amazing? Man, good thing I built this highway, or else trying to pivot to doing explosives would have really sucked. That wouldn't have been fun at all. How these guys doing with the sign works. It's mostly just roads and some water switches and stuff. Okay, we got idle vehicles, so what I want those vehicles to do is start getting in on this. Come on, dump trucks. There we go. Buc-ee's is a thing that boggles the European mind. If you think about Buc-ee's not as like a gigantic super gas station, but if you think about it like kind of a train station, it makes a lot more sense. Think about it. You know, would it be weird to see a supermarket attached to a train station in Europe? Right? Would this train concept be feasible? Oh, I don't hate it. That will kill somebody, because the door will open to the train and somehow someone will get confused. Somehow. Like, this is the train this is going to. It's right there in big letters. Someone will get confused and get stuck in between it, and then the platforms will open, and that's it. Like, it's an awesome idea. I dig it. Someone will get stuck between the... Yeah, dude, exactly. Chat delay. That's what I just said, right? Like, it's gonna happen. You know it'll happen. It's just... Yep, okay. So, like, if we want to talk about it from an engineering standpoint, I don't see why that wouldn't work. It's not a bad idea, but you're trading station complexity for train complexity. Your train's way more complicated now, and you essentially don't have a station. I don't mind it. I actually think that's kind of a cool idea. It reminds me of the people mover concept that Walt Disney came up with. Because points of bottleneck with a train is always going to be the station, because the train has to stop, right? I don't hate that idea for what it's worth. I think that's super cool. Like, that's the future I want to live in. Thank you very much. Right? Like, better to have passenger cabins sitting on a flatbed car and shuffling it between trains. That's a lot of added vehicle complexity for just, a lot of added vehicle complexity for, you know, for just stations. I mean, yeah. Who knows? Hang on. Sneaky, I see that video you linked. That looks pretty rad. I'm just making sure NSF knows I'm working. What the heck is that? Oh, jeez. Okay, cool. All right. How are we doing with the harvest? Did we get everything out of there? We got everything out of 4 of them. Yeah, in about 15 minutes, guys, I gotta start getting ready for NSF Live. But don't worry, that's our space news segment for the day, and I will. You guys don't need to go anywhere. We can broadcast right to the stream. We're just gonna take a break to reconfigure the stream so I can talk to them. I thought the stream was frozen. Yeah? No? All right. Cool. Is there a launch? It got postponed to tomorrow. I see no difference. Okay, that's done. That's good. Made the stream better. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Willie. Thank you. But don't worry, if you're still looking for workers and resources, it will be, actually, I don't know. Oh, crap, I got a meeting tonight. Too many meetings. Too many meetings. Too many meetings. I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, that's right, all systems, yeah. Depending on how long that meeting takes, I might be back, but yeah, we'll see. Cancel the meeting. It probably could be an email instead. What's that, son? The biggest metro station in the world. Châtelet Les Halles. Holy frick balls. They were like, we have the train station here. Build another one. Build another one. More. Have a nap. Then build the train station. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Finish it. It's a pretty hefty station. How are we doing over here? I've put that in there before I forget. Howdy. That's Adil. E. There, that'll remind me. Alright. These roads are looking good, though. Yeah, these little segments of road are eating up a lot of the labor pool. EA Sports. It's in the jorts. As is tradition, we completely missed the last couple of fields. That's good. As is tradition. How much grain do we have? We did export a good amount. My eyes! I see we're still losing money. That I actually am positive, so yeah. So just thought I'd let you know. EA Sports. It's in the game. Are you using solid fertilizer? There's solid fertilizer? EA Sports. Give us your money. Huh? If you take biological waste and put it out in a field, it'll turn to solid fertilizer, but I didn't... Yeah, okay, yeah, I actually did know that. There is solid, okay. Spligata! Ah! Yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. EA screwed over one of the original Halo creators. Hellfish, I'm pretty sure you don't even need to include the over one of the original Halo creators. Just EA screwed. That, like, you don't... Alright, yes, I agree. Can I get an up in here? Ding. Ding and ding-a-ling, 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 ding. I don't know. It's just a little babby church. It's looking up to it's looking up to this church. See? This church is just protecting the little babby church. See, look, isn't that nice? It's a nice church. Are you gonna drive down to Philly to see the New Jersey and dry dock? Really hadn't planned on it, Manfu, but I mean, that'd be a pretty cool thing to do. Well, because of that traffic jam, it kind of screwed the crop yields, but we got ourselves a convoy. Over. All right, guys. It's 15 till. Get ready for NSF Live. Once again, I'm not 100% sure if we'll get more workers after. I do have something to deal with, so maybe. Who knows if I'm feeling it. So we'll see from there. We didn't make that much progress today because of our the decision to retool to clothes and explosives, but yeah. If I don't get this done tonight, come Monday, we'll be sitting pretty. Yeah, we should start turning profitability. How much of that loan do I have paid off? About 300 G's. Okay, not bad. 378. Yeah, okay. That's all right. Will you stream tomorrow? I might have some... generally, no. I've been trying to... I use the weekends to fix my house, believe it or not. Because during the week, it's come out here, answer emails, get everything done, work on something else that I'm working on, work on another thing that I'm working on, do the stream, work on something after the stream, go in, eat, go to bed. The weekends is for, you know, doing things around the house, hanging around with wife. Yeah, that's why I switched to Monday through Friday. You know. But yeah. So, I don't know. If I don't have anything to do, yeah, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, I gotta go. Don't worry. Once again, we're not. The stream isn't going off. I'm just gonna put you guys on the standby screen, and then we'll go from there. So. Ah, that's where that sound's coming from. I had NSF Live open. Starbase Live. All right, so I'll be back in a second. I'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned for NSF Live. Be back in a moment.